we can get. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee meeting on Saturday, January 28th, 2023. It is remote participation by Zoom, and I will read you the remote guidelines. So, members of the public wishing to participate in the meeting must use their full name for Zoom access. If full names are not used, people will not be allowed to participate in the discussion. The town reserves the right to remove any member of the public from the meeting who doesn't use a full name or acts inappropriately. As a preliminary matter, this is Denise Cronow, Chair of the Finance Committee. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative, and I will start with Peter Schaefer.
Aye.
Joe Grouse.
Aye.
Chris Glowacki.
Here.
Stephen Morey.
Aye.
Joanna Roche. You're muted, Joanna.
Sorry about that. Aye.
Thank you, Jill Veith.
Here.
Good morning, Jill. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative and in the order I see you. Maria. Here. Libby.
Here.
Chief Cranston.
Here.
Chief Gibson.
Here.
Brian,
In attendance.
as always. Terry. Come on, Terry.
I'm here, and at some point I also kind of have an announcement to make.
Okay, great. I'll have you do your announcement after I finish my script. Susan.
Here.
Greg.
Present.
Thank you. Okay, so good morning. This open meeting of the Finance Committee is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. It's convening by Zoom. Please note that the meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Please be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude, I'll ask the members if they have any comments or questions. Please hold until your name is called. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. And last, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call. So that's the end of the script. Go ahead, Terry.
I wanted you to know that this is my very last meeting with FinCom and with the town. I'm retiring Tuesday.
Oh, Terry, how could you
No.
leave us?
Night meetings. They're getting to me.
Very well.
It's just come to be that time, and realized last night it's been 12 years taking your minutes, and you guys will be missed.
Oh, we will miss you, Terry. That's for sure. So thank
Likewise,
you.
Terry.
Yeah. Thank you for your support and service for all these many years.
Thank you.
Okay, so, oh, I have to be sad for a minute. So.
Yeah.
Okay, it won't be a minute, it'll be 15 seconds, but nonetheless, Terry, I'm very sad.
Well, I'm sure
Yeah.
I'll see you guys at the Stop and Shop. So
No doubt. May I have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. So Peter,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Joanna,
Aye.
Jill,
Aye.
and Jeremy. Denise, aye. Okay, moving along. I'm going to open it up for public comment. And I'm going to close it for public comment. Okay. So I don't believe we have minutes yet for January 17th. So I'll move on to review and discussion of the fiscal year 2024 general fund, enterprise funds, and special revenue funds operating budgets. And before we do that, before we jump into the first one on the agenda, which is the police, harbor master, and emergency preparedness, Libby or Brian, do you want to make any opening comments? Oh, Joe, go ahead.
Just a quick question. There's someone on the call that just says Richard's iPhone. I don't know who Richard is, but if it's a member of the public, can they just put their
That's
full
Rick.
name?
I'll change it.
Oh, okay. Thanks. All I just didn't know who that was.
Thank you, Joe. I didn't notice that. So,
Denise, I would just quickly say, and maybe Brian can just add anything if he wishes to. We started reviewing departmental budgets in end of October. We've met with every department, sometimes more than once, and we gave our budget recommendations to the select board on December 14th. They had a little bit more discussion about it the following week, and they had a public hearing on it on January 11th. And we didn't really get any comments. So I think everybody is prepped for their reviews. We are really working to use OpenGov for our budgets and the stories, and hopefully it's much more consistent than it has been in the past. And I think everybody's worked really hard on their budgets, and hopefully we can answer all questions today. Brian, do you want to add anything?
I don't think I have anything to add. You covered everything, Libby.
okay, thank you very much. I have to say, I love OpenGov. It's so much easier than paper that got sent around, and it's a really easy way to review the budget. So for me personally, I think it's a very helpful tool, and it does get better every year. That's quite clear. And thank you to everyone who puts all in the hard work to make that happen. Okay, so first up is police, harbor master, and emergency preparedness. So I will turn it over to Chris and Joanna to lead the discussion. And Chief Gibson, you're up, please.
Great, thanks. I don't know if there's any questions or how you want to proceed, but we started with our goals about how we are implementing the Massachusetts Police Reform Act, which is a state law that went into effect last year. And we're struggling to maintain all the paperwork, and it's been a challenge. And one of the biggest challenges it's done, it's really limited our pool of part-time reserve officers. The state has basically eliminated those, and those are officers who we could have as a part-time employee, but they would still have full arrest powers. So now it's either you're a full-time police officer who has attended a police academy, or you're a CSO with no arrest powers. So Nantucket, as we all know, is unique in our staffing issues, and that is a big challenge. And then we have our second goal. We have several ongoing projects which we can get into if you want to get into the details on those, which are, the Loran renovation projects. We have the town pier projects, the harbor master buildings, and those are ongoing. Our 2023 initiatives, where we're going through, again, anytime you see post now as police officer standards and training, the state is, broken it up by everybody who was A through H. We basically had to prove you existed for the last, for me, 40 years. They wanted to know all my training, my academy, hiring process that I went through in 1982. And it's been a challenge. Lieutenant Coakley is leading that up, but it's just a paperwork burden. Number two, again, Lieutenant Coakley's working on getting us accredited, which is more paperwork. Again, making sure our processes and our procedures are all in line with standards that are set in Massachusetts and nationally. The good thing is that we are generally in good place with that, but again, it's paperwork. Our initiative 3 is the harbor master building. That is out on the street right now, so to speak, where we're waiting bids. Filed sub bids are due back in next week. The general bids will be back in March, so we'll see where those bids come in. That project, as you recall, has been funded and has received supplemental funding, so we'll see where that lands. Number 4 is, you've seen the cranes and the town pier project down there right now, where we're extending the wave barrier and doing some improvements down there to, as sea level rises and the storms seem to be more frequent. We've had to do some improvements to the resiliency of the town pier, and that's going on right now, along with some major renovations. We're undergoing right now at our seasonal dormitory in Sconset at the former Loran station. We're chipping away at renovating those spaces, originally constructed in 1953. And we're working on that. The biggest problem there is that we have to have the buildings available by June. So it gives us basically an October through May window to do improvements. And that is a challenge of trying to get that done. And then we have our number 6, which is our harbor master maintenance building, which is built. We're just having, I wouldn't say issues, but just coordinating contractors to actually do some work out there. And that's been a challenge. So any questions as we move through those?
Yeah, hey Charlie, good morning. Bids on the, we've been talking about the Harbor Master building, I think as long as I've been on the FinCom now. Bids in March, can you just give us a little, how the schedule plays out after that? Assuming you get bids that we have funded.
Well, we have the funding. It just says, well, the bids.
Yeah, I just mean that we get bids that are within the funding.
Yeah, as we had done originally on that project, we had, it started pre-COVID, and we had, we should have gone out to bid with that in 2019. However, our former architect dragged their feet through COVID. And then when we did finally get the bids out, they came in almost $2 million over budget. So we went back for supplemental funding, and we did get that. And we went back to the architect, and this was last year, last April. We said, all right, put this back out now. As we all know, prices are just skyrocketing, and we need to lock that in, and they dragged their feet even further. And then come last June, they wanted more money and said, well, we're not going to put it out unless you give us a new contract. And the contract was expiring in July. So we really were kind of in a tough spot. So we decided to part ways with that architect and move on. We put it out by ourselves with the help of SMRT architects and some consulting engineers. And so that bid is out there now, and we'll see where it comes in.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I was just asking, presuming once the bids come in, what's your time frame on sort of construction and completion?
Well, if they're within budget, we'll start September. That's the goal, is have the project involves a demolition of the existing building. So hopefully that building will come down for third quarter of 23, and then we'll start full construction then thereafter. It's not a complicated building, and it's not that big. So we hope to be substantially complete during the summer of next year if everything goes according to plan.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question about that as well. In terms of having gone back to the architect a few times, like, has the plan changed?
No.
Okay. And then my second question.
If I can just add one thing on, can we change the plans? As you're well aware, it's on the water. So we're locked in with Concom and several permitting agencies. So if we do change anything substantial there, we're back to square one on permitting, and that will extend the project.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the coastal resiliency piece of this and how it fits in with the coastal resiliency plan.
We were actually ahead of the curve on that. In that building there, because it's in the flood zone, it was a VE 11 building, which is the velocity zone being 11 feet over the FEMA, on the FEMA map, which is, that would have had that building, basically the first floor being 6 feet above grade where it is now, almost 3 feet higher, just for the front entrance would be. We went back to the State Building Appeals Board and had that lowered by using a innovative foundation, which has blow-through panels. So that's a concrete foundation, but with piles, so that if there is floodwaters, the floodwaters actually go through and under the building. And the building is designed to sort of adapt to any climate change that in the next 50 to 75 years down there.
So what is the grade then that the building is planned for?
I think it's a VE 6 right now.
Okay.
That's the design. So we were able to bring it down. Have you seen any of the buildings that have been going up along Colbert Ave or Easton Street? They've been substantially higher, and we managed to keep the building just slightly where the bathroom level is now, with steps going up or a ramp going up. We're fairly close to that now.
Mhm. And are you going to use any fill on that site?
No,
Okay.
no, it's piles basically on grade, and then the building is just up.
Mhm. And what about thinking ahead in terms of potentially raising Washington Street? Will the access to the building have, need to be adjusted or anything like that?
No, I mean, the issue down there will be the harbor master office will be high and dry and the rest of downtown will be underwater. So that's,
Well, let's hope not.
I mean, that's the design. I mean, that's,
Okay.
that's the unfortunate part, that we really shouldn't be worried about what's going to happen with the harbor master building. I'd be more worried about what's going to happen with
Right.
Lower
Well,
Main Street and the rest of, I mean, Cumberland Farms will be your waterfront if all the maps are come to fruition.
well,
Which one, Charlie?
And Union Street will be waterfront property.
yes. Okay. Thank you, Charlie.
Any other questions for Charlie before he moves on?
Hmm.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
so
Charlie.
as we just move forward with our initiatives, I mean, hiring is the number 1, 2, 3, 4 goals. I mean, at the police department, we are severely challenged by having even finding recruits for staffing. I mean, we're 5 or 6 officers now. We have 1 officer starting the police academy now, and we had another one, but unfortunately she did not make it through the physical aptitude tests. Just getting applicants is really a challenge now. And because of, I said, these post requirements, what we used to use sort of as our farm team is our reserve officer corps. We would have them through summers and then just sort of roll them into full-time positions. We can't do it anymore. So it's really been a challenge of finding, I wouldn't say qualified, it's just finding anyone to apply. And it is really a challenge. And Nantucket doesn't have a whole lot to offer compared to other towns right now. And its staffing is a major problem throughout Massachusetts. And I don't know where it's going to end up, but we are very diligent. Lieutenant McVicker is basically, becoming our full-time recruiter. He, between the CSOs and the full-time staff, it's been a real challenge. One of our initiatives is for the harbor master is just trying to beef up that staff. You may or may not be aware, they, running a 60-person lifeguard crew in the summertime and then maintaining that office throughout the year has been a challenge. And now, any questions on our initiatives? Again, hiring is I think is above all else. And then the accomplishments for the Marine Department, we're managing to, expand our use of a drone, which is for safety. We've been able to get some training through that. And then we're into our budget, which is no major peaks or valleys. We're on target with all of our goals.
Thank you, Charlie. Chris, Joanna, questions?
Go ahead, Joanna.
So I've just got a couple of questions. One of them is with regard to the 2 additional officers at the airport. So how many total officers are there now?
Well, those are slots to enable us to try and overshoot our staffing goals because we're so shorthanded. We can't, if we hire just to our current levels, we're always chasing it, which is the problem. So the airport requires armed law enforcement to man the TSA positions. We have been doing that through actually third-party details to try and get the officers to work those positions in the summertime because we have to do it through overtime.
Right.
We used to be able to staff it through our full-time shifts, but we're so shorthanded now. We've been having to pull the full-time scheduled officers just to cover our regular patrol shifts, leave those airport shifts for overtime, and now detail rate. So, when you use numbers of positions, we're never going to fill those positions. It's just to allow us to keep trying to fill them, and that's
So how many open positions are there currently?
right now, 6.
And Okay, and you're proposing adding 2 more to the 6 that are currently open.
Right.
Okay,
Again, it's just to keep trying to find enough positions. Some, I don't know, we'll never be full staff. I can't see us ever
Okay.
being there.
and then in the licensing department, what is the total number of employees now in the licensing department?
Right now, we have 2 full-time people working in the licensing building. We have Marina Devodnik, who does our accounts payable. She also does some licensing functions.
Mhm.
And Ann Cimitaro, who is 100% dedicated to licensing. So we try to share some responsibilities in there. So if someone's out sick or leave time, we were able to cover it.
Well, plus Amy.
Right,
And then you want to add 1 more person.
correct.
Okay. And there's no open positions in that department, or there are?
We have tried to, Sheila Klinger, we had 3 in there. We had Sheila Klinger, she retired. And then we had Ann, and then Marina, and then Amy. So we've consolidated some positions there, but we still need to have an additional body just for vacations and leave time.
Sure, okay. Thank you. And then the last question, I think, is a broader one about the recruitment of the officers. So have you thought about, is there a way to hire like an outside firm to recruit for you?
You could hire an outside firm, but the problem is there's just no, I wouldn't say incentive, but as I said, Nantucket doesn't offer much more or anything more than Yarmouth or Mashpee or anywhere else. So unless you can find local people, and we've had a few, we've been struggling to hire local, at least, housing, housing, do you have housing is, always the biggest question, for staffing.
Right, but I guess, what I was thinking of is if you did hire an outside firm, then some of Lieutenant McVicker's time would be, gone back to work that he could be doing versus the recruitment.
Mhm.
Right, and I guess the second part of that question is, are there other things that we should be doing in terms of incentives to attract officers?
Well, this is sort of a global question for the entire town as to how
Yeah.
do we attract, people. The problem with police officers, and you'll see it more with teachers and nurses, it's, once you acquire that police academy or certification, once you have that license in your hand, you're now highly marketable to any other agency in Massachusetts. So if you have a police academy and you're certified as a police officer, again, with this post certification, once you have that, you can go work anywhere in Massachusetts that has an opening. And this is what we're seeing, people going. We require a 3-year contract when new employees. So we have a damages clause of $14,000 if they leave within 3 years. We've had several over the last couple of years just write us the check. They say, okay, I'm leaving. I'm going to work in Westboro. I'm going to go work in Mashpee. How much do I owe you? And they'll write us a check and then leave. It's a challenge.
Okay,
And bringing, getting more, a company to bring more people to the table. I just don't think there's a pool of police officers or police officer candidates out there that, can be drawn to Nantucket. We go to colleges and, our CSO staff and just try to encourage them to apply. Our CSOs are our biggest recruiting tool right now, and that's where we're looking at.
Peter?
thanks, Charlie.
Peter, go ahead. You're on mute, Peter.
Hi, Chief.
Morning.
I'm looking at the fire department problem as well, and they're at 10% short staff. And you have issues also. I guess the question comes down to, we're paying essentially the same as they're paying on the mainland?
Yeah, I mean, in some sections we're a little bit lower. We're trying to get that up, but we're comparable, with some kids. We're a little lower than others, a little higher than others, but we're average for, as things are going. But the problem is, Nantucket has, 30-40% higher, expenses than anywhere else. So once officers realize that, and, the younger kids that we have in their early 20s don't really mind living in the garage apartment or living in the basement apartment with someone else. When they get a little more mature and they get into that good 3 to 5 year experience level, they start realizing like, there's more to life than living in a garage with 2 other people, and let the significant other equation work into it, and off they go. And we see that over and over again. I don't know what the answer is. And just to answer your question about comparing with the fire department, the fire department has a different schedule where they can have 4 actual days off, if not longer, just because of their schedule. So they have a few of them live off island. So they don't have to stay, and it's a problem for recall when you have emergencies. But the police schedule, we don't have that luxury of being able to, when nights are slow, just work 24-hour shifts, and it's just the nature of the job.
I guess maybe Libby maybe she can put some light on the salary situation.
Thank you. Peter, Libby? You're
You're
muted,
muted, Libby.
Libby.
Maybe Libby's dialing back in with a tech issue. Maybe I'll go on with a couple of questions, Denise, in the meantime.
Yes, please go ahead, Chris, and then when
Um,
Libby comes back, we'll
yeah.
put it back on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, she just texted, I think, did everyone freeze or just me? Chief, I think, did I see them? We're gonna go with manned security overnight at the town pier. Did I pick that up in the?
That's just for in the summertime, just having a person down there overnight, because we do have a lot of, I'd say vandalism is a strong word, but people squid fishing down there at night, and the damage that the squid ink is doing to these white boats is really something. And so we're trying to address that and keeping people off of there.
Yeah, no, good idea. I was just wondering if is there more technology, more, dare I say, motion sensitive lights or other things that knowing just how hard it is to get anybody to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, there are technology. We do have cameras down there now, but it's that chasing them out. You'd be down there full all the time, back and forth. So it's just easier, just in the summer, to keep someone down there to. Also, the town parking lot, that section of downtown certainly could use that position.
Got it. Just a note, I saw the note about, employing more technology at the beaches, which I think is a great idea. Good area for investment for us. I mean, the number of saves we have on the beaches here is amazing and scares the hell out of me. So I think, investing in more technology on the beaches is a good idea.
And one of the things on that too is the shark sightings, which has gone up, and we spend a lot of time on the shark sightings. So this is part of the, our challenge to, the difference between a sunfish and a shark to the untrained eye is not much. So.
Yeah. And then I was a little bit surprised, given what a jam you're in for hiring, that overtime was pretty much flat. Is that just because it's maxed out? Basically, you're paying every overtime hour that you can get anyone to work.
Yeah, and that is exactly it. There's just no more bodies, and we're down to minimums. And there's a lot of things that we would like to be doing that we're just, just keeping our head above water.
And then jumping back to the Marine Department, do you happen to know, well, first of all, let me say, on the exception side, you guys didn't give us much to work with as a finance committee this year. Like, we have nothing to really dig into and complain about.
We try our best.
Do you happen to know how much revenue the floating dock brings in? You may not. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, it brings in roughly, 200,000 just for that section.
Yeah.
Per year. A lot of things, you may or may not be aware, we just got a $1 million grant from the Seaport Economic Council for to help with improvements down there.
That was going to be my next question, what the status of that grant was.
We were awarded that. So will certainly go towards to finishing that floating dock portion down there, which is one of our supplemental capital requests. The and we have to show for that grant what the economic impact is, not just revenue from, people just paying fees to at the slips, but it's also, if we didn't have that, there's a lot of charter operations, a lot of commercial operations. There's just, it's a economic hub for the town, for that facility. So it's more than just, rental. And that's, we in our application that we showed that to the Seaport Council, and they agreed and helped us out with that $1 million grant that was just received.
Great, thanks. I guess I would just say this probably goes for the whole day today. Anything the finance committee can do to help with recruiting, you're going to have receptive ears, but I'm sure that's going to be true all day today. From a money perspective, that's all I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like people aren't trying. I mean, it is a, I don't know what the challenge is, and and maybe just go off the rails, maybe get yelled at here, but these housing initiatives that have been put forth do little to address that mature employee with the wife or the starting a family. They're all more for, oh, let's just get them a bed and a room. And that's, as I said, that's great. And it's usually not a problem to find the bed in the room for the starting employee, but it's trying to keep them here. And it's a challenge to be on Nantucket if you're trying to raise a family. And I don't know how the town's going to compete with other places in the state, because you can live, if you want to live in, work in Weston, which is very high comparable Nantucket real estate, but you could live, 30 miles away in Southborough and find a nice house to live in reasonably there. So, I mean, it's geography.
Denise, I see Libby's back, and that's all my questions. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, Libby?
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So I wanted to mention a few things about retention. This is not just a problem with the police department and the fire department. It's a problem townwide, as you all know. I actually was a presenter at Mass Municipal Association's annual conference last weekend at a succession planning workshop. And I spoke on succession planning and employee retention strategies. So I just want to tell you some of the things that we're doing. First off, right now we are in collective bargaining with all of the unions. And we have advised the select board that we are going to need to seriously look at compensation. Our compensation levels need to be very competitive with the mainland and other private businesses on the island. We have a comp and class study underway right now, and that is most definitely going to be recommending some significant increases in order to get to the competitive issue, but also in order to get to the cost of living issue. We're working on, and you'll see in the town admin expense increase requests, we have put in for a significant amount of money for, I forget what we call it in the EIR, but it's basically for employee retention strategies, and that will include succession planning, training programs, and any other retention strategies that we can possibly think of. We're looking much more at remote work for employees who actually can remote work. We are working on employee recognition programs a little bit more, and we're trying to get something underway with, we have sort of a lot of grassroots efforts types of things underway with employee retention strategies and a real strong focus on succession planning. We also have a number of, as I think some of you know, strategies underway with housing. Just as an example, I could probably dig out all of them, but as you know, we appropriated $1 million last year with your support and the select board support for helping the most rental housing challenged employees. And that program is proving to be very, very difficult to come up with a fair and equitable way to administer it, but we're still going at it. We also have some, Affordable Housing Trust has a number of projects underway. I know Brooke is on, and if need be, she could speak to some of those. And those will benefit town employees to the extent that there are income issues that they meet. In other areas, we do have some town property we're looking at to construct housing for town employees. We have property on Tacoma Way, which we are going to be taking a look at. We have seasonal housing at the back of the 2 fairgrounds building, which we had a meeting a couple weeks ago about getting bid specs going on that. We have a basic design for it. And the idea there would be to consolidate all of our seasonal housing buildings into there. So lifeguards would be housed there. It's sort of, I think we've talked to you all about this before, but it's going to look a lot like the Nantucket Yacht Club style of dormitory. And the idea is that lifeguards would go there and if there's room, other seasonal employees, and then we can repurpose the properties where we have lifeguard housing now for hopefully year-round housing for town employees. So there are a lot of things underway, but it's really challenging and it's expensive. And as Charlie said, people, this is going to take a while, and there's a lot of effort being expended on it, but in the meantime, sometimes people don't want to wait. So we're just in a really challenging time. And as Charlie also said, for public safety anyway, this is not a problem limited to Nantucket. Our problem is exacerbated because of the cost of living and the housing costs. But at the Mass Municipal Conference, everybody was complaining about not being able to get paramedics. Police are just going to be increasingly challenging to hire because of police reform, not because of police reform, but there are going to be a lot of requirements that either people won't meet or that are making things, there's a change going on there in the whole law enforcement world, and it's going to probably take some time for that to turn over in, I don't know how to say it, people's minds to change how policing works. In the meantime, there's a difficult transition.
Thank you, Libby. Jeremy?
Thanks, Denise. I have an economic question for either the chief or for Libby. I would be curious of how many police officers we have right now. We have 6 open positions. And I was curious as to the compensation and how that is today relative to, let's say, the highest in Massachusetts. And then I'd be curious from the chief's perspective, how much extra percentage compensation would be necessary to solve these problems?
Can I answer that, please? Jeremy, that's not really an answerable question right now. Our comp and class study is identifying other towns. We're using comparable towns for all positions across the town. And we are talking some significant increases, but I hesitate to specify exactly what they are because we are in the middle of collective bargaining and I don't want to impact that. But needless to say, we are taking a very hard look at compensation to make it competitive, and it's going to need to increase.
But so is one of our biggest constraints the collective bargaining issue?
Well, we can't adjust salaries without collective bargaining, and we can't adjust salaries without more money.
All right, so let me try and ask maybe an answerable question. To be competitive and to get the best people, what percentage and what aggregate amount of money is necessary to do that? And I know it all fits in with other things, but is it possible to give the finance committee a sense of, if you threw money at the problem, what is the aggregate extra amount is necessary?
That is not an answerable question. If the finance committee wanted to go into executive session with the select board at some point, I'm sure we could perhaps give you an update on some of this, but it's really not public information. It's also going to be sort of subjective to some extent because of what towns you compare to and how you take cost of living into consideration. This is something that we are really struggling with right now, how to develop a Nantucket factor, because that factors into salaries. Is it 5%? Is it 10? Is it 30? Is it 100? We're trying to get a handle on it, but it sounds simple, but it isn't.
No, I understand it. It's complex. How many police officers do we have presently?
Right now, we have 31 officers, which includes myself and chief, and we have 4 right now in field training, and then we have 1 just starting the academy. So we're slated to have 41 slots. We're never near that. And for instance, right now, we're slotted for 4 detectives. We're down to 1, right now. So just to meet our core function of having, officers on patrol. So it's as Libby said, the problem also in the police world is not just, I hate to say, it's not just money of trying to get people to come. As you've seen just last night, there's this, I hate to say, anti-police mentality. That's, that's a very broad brush, but in general, with the political climate that's been around for the last three years, and the style of student that's coming out of our systems these days, there's not a lot of law enforcement driven programs out there right now. A lot of the criminal justice schools have changed their majors, they've changed their courses. They're so the public servant type of student we used to see doesn't exist anymore. And again, again, that's a broad brush, but you just have to watch the news to see the anti-law enforcement mentality that's sort of pervasive in the media and society. So why would a kid want to get into that? Why would a parent want to support their child going to college to be a police officer these days? To find that candidate, let's say, it used to be easy. Now to find the right person is a challenge, and then to retain that person when they realize, it's different. I mean, just an example I was talking about the other day is that, when I used to come to work, I'd dress up at home, I'd wear my uniform, I'd come to work, and I'd get done and I'd go home in my uniform. Officers today, and they're even taught this in the academy, don't wear your uniform to work. You don't want people to know you're a police officer going to work. And that's such a foreign concept to me that why would you be proud of what you do and let people know? But it's a different world, and to try and recruit younger people these days is a challenge, and that's just one of them. Will money solve it? It'll soften that blow, but that's not going to solve it. And I don't want to be gloomy about the future for law enforcement, but I've been doing it for 41 years and grew up from a kid doing it, and and it's sort of universal. I was at a chiefs conference in September, and boy, the atmosphere is gloomy. Amongst all, and these were all the chiefs and deputy chiefs in Massachusetts, and the outlook is gloomy everywhere. And I don't think you'll find anyone in the law enforcement business for recruitment to see any light at the end of the tunnel. As Libby said, we just got to kind of weather this storm and see how it goes.
Thank you, Charlie. Joanna, then Chris, then Jill, and then I'll ask you to kind of keep it quick because we need to move on to Chief Cranston.
Okay, a couple of thoughts. One of which is from a practical standpoint, with regard to the collective bargaining and the budget. Is there money set aside somewhere in the budget, Libby, in terms of maybe the admin piece where in FY 2024 that might give you the flexibility of making the changes within that year?
We have budgeted in anticipation of our collective bargaining negotiations.
Okay, so whether, I mean, I'm not like, I don't feel like I need to know right now what that looks like. I'm more concerned about whether or not, because I struggle with the same thing, obviously, in terms of figuring out what the Nantucket factor is and how to adjust people's pay and what the market value of a staff person is. But thinking about like a chunk of money that would allow you to address that might be budgeted in a different area than the police department, right? Because if you look at those salaries, obviously they're in this current system of what you're working with.
The budgeted funds are centralized in a different area.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And then I think the other thing I would just say is I support what you're saying, Charlie, because I have 3 relatives that are police, right? And they work in Western Massachusetts, all three of them. And one of them is a police chief, and he struggles with exactly the same issue with recruitment. And my nephew, who is a police officer in that town, who's 30 years old, questions every day why he is doing this job, right? Because it is a struggle to meet and match some of the requirements that are new to him, and also feel like he's serving the community in a positive way. So I understand what you're saying. And if there is a way for us as a town and a community, I think, to make it easier for police to feel respected, I think that, you know, maybe there's a program of some type that we could start. But I think that that would be something more unusual that we could do.
Thank you, Joanna. Chris?
Yeah, just a real quick comment that, you know, this whole recruiting and retention piece sounds like every hospital board meeting I've been in for the last 3 years. You could just play it verbatim. And Libby, we're running all the same calculations and making our case to Mass General Brigham system. So any degree that we can combine our heads on this and offer any data or anything, obviously we'd like to be helpful. And just for the committees, we did a housing survey, and we used the same tool. Libby and Tucker provided us with the same survey they did, and we used the exact same tool so we could combine that data in terms of understanding the whole kind of situation analysis of essential employees in the community from a housing perspective. No shock, it's grim.
Thank you, Chris. Jill? This will-
thank-
Yeah, this will be our last question, then we'll let Chief Gibson go, and Chief
Okay.
Cranston will be up next. Thank you.
Just a broader question. How do you decide how many police officers you need? And how, you know, is that a population-based assessment, or I'm just 31 actually sounds like a lot more than what I thought. So that's what I was, you know, but it sounds like you think you need 41 or so.
Oh, we actually need more than that. I mean, our number is just, you know, where we try to find some appetite for. The staffing is, if you figure, we have to staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you use the full-time equivalents of, you know, just the math of having one person for 24/7 is basically, in the schedule we work, is you need basically 1.77 persons to staff one shift 24/7. So if you're going to say I need to have, and we do, at least 4 officers a shift, just for officer safety. And one thing on Nantucket is completely unique to anywhere else on the planet, maybe short of Alaska, that there's no help coming here. If you have 1 officer, 2 officers show up at a party with 300 people, which is not uncommon in the summer, there's no extra state police, there's no extra towns coming, your neighboring towns coming in to help you. As the fire has, there's no mutual aid. So we have to deal with what we have here. So if you're staffing, trying to maintain at least 4 officers a shift, then vacations, sick time, leave time comes out. That's where the numbers come. It's just math. You set your number of what's safe. So, and why do we need 4? Well, if we have 1 arrest, you know, just 1, that takes 2 officers off the street, because the officer can't be in the cell block alone with someone when they're booking. So then that's 2 officers down. So that leaves 2 officers on the street by themselves to go. And Nantucket is not a small place. Compare Nantucket to, you know, your average town in Massachusetts. We're 55 square miles. You know, from Sconset to Mattocket is a big area. And, you know, you have an alarm call that we're going to in Sconset, then we have a domestic going on in Mattocket. So you respond to a domestic assault with 1 officer is just not safe. So now, you know, we have more than 1 call, and now, and I'm sure Mr. Glowacki can attest, the mental health issues on Nantucket and everywhere. You know, we're dealing with more drug abuse, drug overdose, mental health issues, which can take 2 and 3 officers just to maintain a safe situation for all involved. And that's our staffing model. And how do we staff that? And then we talk about our detective staff. You know, we need people trained in rapes and major crime investigations. And you could have a serious crime, and you need 2, 3 detectives that are following up on that. Right now we have 1, and it's a challenge. You know?
But isn't, on that note, do you include social welfare workers as part of like addressing domestic? I mean, obviously not going to the parties and things like that, but for domestic calls?
No, because they don't exist. I mean, and that's probably going to get me in trouble for saying that. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, nobody's coming. Nobody's answering the phone and no one's going. You know, we are it. We are the agency of default when someone can't handle a problem of whatever it is, whether it's a squirrel in their attic or, you know, someone having a mental breakdown in their basement. The police are getting called. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, the only people that are responding are the police, and the EMTs are perfectly, you know, certainly an asset that help us with these issues. But the first group that are there are the police.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was a plan in the future to include social workers for things like that. Is that, I know that's happening in other areas, but.
It's been discussed, but the same challenges, you know, I just saw in the paper, the mental health nurse at the hospital just left. You know, that is a problem for the social service agency as well, to have those people available, and the burnout is incredible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Charlie. Libby, do you want to say something? And then we're going to set Charlie free and put Chief Cranston up.
I was only going to follow up on the social worker thing. It is becoming a trend. It's not quite here yet. And there, of course, are the issues of attracting and retaining those people, but I'm sure that in the coming years, that is something we'll be looking at.
Thank you, Libby. Chief, thank you very much. It was
Thank
very
you.
helpful, and thanks for the discussion. I know it was a little bit more than about the numbers, but at the same time, it's important for us to understand as a committee that at the end of the day, it ends up in numbers. So it was good that you could take the time to explain more things to us today. I much
Thanks, Phil.
appreciate
Have a
it.
good morning.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Chief Cranston, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me.
And I will just turn it over to you. As you could see, we quickly go through the goals and the initiatives, and then we talk about the exceptions. And because it's your first time in front of the Finance Committee, our expectations are that you'll do a great job however you do it.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that vote of confidence. So to just go over our goals that we have, you know, we're constantly trying to increase our number of advanced life support people. That is the standard of care for the community these days. We recently had a couple people graduate from the paramedic program, so we're continuing to build those numbers. And we're going to continue to do that, looking at some other options for bringing our people up to a certification level of advanced life support. The second goal is that we're going through all the policies and procedures within the fire department, trying to think a little bit outside the box on how we staff our department and respond to calls, and just looking at ways that we can review and, you know, possibly improve the efficiency of the department. One of those things, you know, to follow up on that second goal with the second initiative is perhaps to promote another lieutenant or a lieutenant on each shift, so that we have a second officer in charge. It would free up the captain, who right now is in charge of the shifts, to do some more administrative things and develop his or her leadership skills as well. The third goal is to increase the resource capabilities of the fire department. And we're trying to do this by, you know, again, it goes back to the staffing issue that Chief Gibson talked about. We're trying to bring up our numbers so that we can just have the amount of resources that we need to respond to multiple events that typically go on in the fire, you know, in the community that require the services of the fire department. So those are the initiatives. Does anyone have any questions on that before we move on to the accomplishments?
No, I think you're good to keep going, Chief.
Okay, so recently we did hire. So right now we're staffed to have 28 firefighters plus the fire chief, the deputy chief, and an EMS chief officer position that has not been filled. So when you break that down into 4 shifts, we have 7 firefighters in the budget per shift. We've been down to 24, excuse me, less than that. we've been down to, 24 firefighters per shift. So we recently just hired 5 new full-time firefighters. 3 have already begun. And we have 2 that should be starting in the next couple of weeks. So when those other 2 firefighters start, then we will just have the vacancy of the EMS officer. When we make that promotion, we'll have to hire another firefighter, but then we will actually be up to the staffing that is budgeted. So that is sort of a big accomplishment for us. And then we're also in the process of purchasing a new ambulance. The ambulances are probably the single piece of apparatus that gets the most wear and tear. It goes from sitting for a period of hours to revved up and going as fast as it can to a scene, running for a while at a scene, and then going to the hospital and back to the station. So we need to replace those on a fairly regular basis, and we're in the process of doing that. And while we do that, we're bringing it up to be licensed at an advanced life support level of certification as well. So those are the accomplishments that we've done for the current year, and then we can go down to the exceptions, I think, Maria.
Mhm.
So under the exceptions, the personnel items are the addition of the 4 lieutenants. So, pending approval, when we promote 4 lieutenants, we will have 4 vacancies that we need to fill in the fire department. So that will bring up our shift strength to 8 firefighters per shift. And, some of the things we're trying to do are we're trying to make a more formal training program, putting some of the administrative needs onto the captains and the lieutenants, such as vehicle maintenance or EMS supplies and those kinds of things that currently the chief and the deputy chief are trying to do, and it takes away from our time. So we're confident that the promotion of these will have another 4 set of officers that we can allow to take on more leadership roles and just provide a better overall management of the department. And in addition to that, there'll always be an officer on duty. Presently, there's not always somebody in an officer position that's on duty if the officer's out. So we think that's a pretty important thing. Under the capital items, trench and technical rescue equipment. So, right now, if we have some type of technical rescue, means somebody falls down a hole, there's a construction accident, a trench, somebody's caught in a confined space, we need to ask for help from the regional technical rescue team on the Cape. So there's a time delay that takes place. We're trying to build up a cache of equipment and trained personnel where we can respond to that type of incident immediately and either mitigate it or at least stabilize that incident until we get more help. So that's why we're asking for this funding to purchase a base set of equipment so that we can, we have already sent some people to the training, but we need the equipment here so that we have a cache of stuff to get things going. Engine 1 being replaced. We've really gone through all the apparatus to figure out where we stand. The town has made substantial investments in, replacing apparatus that it had aged out and was just simply costing more money to fix than it was worth. And that leaves us right now with 1 more engine to replace, which is engine 1. It's our oldest engine. It's actually, my intent would be to keep it as a reserve piece, but we've reached a point where we're throwing, a lot of money at it to sort of keep it on the road. And then the last capital item thing was the fire department staff vehicle. That would replace that's going to replace our 2005 pickup truck that we use. And we use that as we call it the utility truck. And we use it for basically following the ambulance to assist the ambulance when the ambulance needs help. In inclement weather, that kind of stuff, there's a plow on it, there's shovels on it, there's salt on it, all of those kind of things, but it's just simply aged out. It's become a little bit unreliable. So that's what that last replacement is, to replace that piece of apparatus.
Good, thank you, Chief.
Yeah,
Peter, do you want to start? And then I'll,
Yeah.
if you don't ask my questions, I'll ask my questions.
Okay. Chief, thank you. Thank you for joining us when you did during that controversial period. We're really glad to have you.
Thank you.
One of the things during that controversial period that was brought up in the newspapers, et cetera, were the staff talking about capital not being spent on the fire department. I've been on the finance committee for, I don't know, 6 years, and I don't think we ever not accepted a budget. I'm assuming that the capital committee was similar. Is there significant capital for equipment that you feel you're lacking?
No, I don't think we're lacking in capital investments from the town at all. You know, I've seen and firsthand the investments that the town has made in the department. We have a new ambulance, we have 2 new fire engines, you know, we are, despite what some may believe, in very good shape. There has been some issues getting specialized mechanics to service some apparatus. But we're making strides in that, and having newer apparatus actually obviously helps with that. But, you know, we've got our heads together with the other departments in town. The Department of Public Works has been extremely helpful in repairing some of our pieces of equipment that we need help with. We do still bring people in from off island to help us, and occasionally we have to send a truck off island to be serviced in a specialty vehicle type facility. So we're doing all the right things as far as I can tell. We just need to keep moving forward. Right now, I think the fleet is in good shape, and you know, we're excited about the future.
Okay. Denise, go ahead. I was going to figure
Okay,
out something about my question here.
Chief, what is the lead time for the new fire truck? So if you ordered it tomorrow, how long do you have to wait to get it?
Probably around 18 months.
Wow.
Yeah, everything is, you know, we just ordered that. We have ordered an ambulance in this past year. It was ordered actually right around the time I got here, I believe, and we're looking at like 18 months for that, just due to supply chain issues and all of that kind of stuff. Everything is taking just much more, you know, longer than ever before.
You know, so having said that, and having kind of tagging on to what Peter just said, my recommendation would be for next year's budget, because this year's budget is sailed, so to speak, is to think about, well, in 24 months, what might I need that we have to actually fund now? Because I don't think the supply chain is going to significantly improve. If you read the papers and the economics, I don't think it's going to significantly improve over the next year. So you might have to have a longer look ahead on your capital items than we would normally have to do. That would be
Yes.
just something to think about. So Peter?
Certainly, I agree. I think we need to, you know, look out at our vehicle replacement plan a little bit differently than maybe we have in the past. And also we need to make investments in vehicles to keep them on the road where maybe we wouldn't in the past. So both of those things I appreciate you bringing up, and we are very actively discussing that here in the department.
And were you able to recruit? I mean, congratulations on being able to hire 5 new firefighters. I think that's excellent news for the community and excellent news under your leadership. So are there, and I probably should know this, are there volunteer firefighters on Nantucket? I know that there are. I believe that there are, but you know, the community I grew up in, our fire department had 1 person and all the rest were volunteers that, you know, raced out of their houses when something burned down. So
we do have a call force
okay.
that's been in existence for a long time. I think over the years, a lot of that call force in Massachusetts, once you reach the age of 65, then you're no longer permitted to be, you know, technically a call firefighter.
Okay.
So we lost some members in that respect. However, those members are still, in most cases, willing to help and do help when we have an emergency. That, you know, they can show up and do auxiliary things that don't require fighting the fire. But we have put together, we're trying to make our call force robust, and the deputy chief actually right now, he received a grant to outfit another dozen call firefighters with gear and that kind of stuff. We've just interviewed recently in the department 25 people to join the call force. So once we're done vetting them, then we are going to start a training program through the Massachusetts Fire Academy here on the island for our call force to get them trained and certified to, you know, the minimum standard so that they can help us. I don't think they take the place of needing full-time firefighters, but there's certainly a need for them when we do have a big event. And certainly it's a good avenue to evaluate people who may eventually want to be full-time firefighters.
Thank you. Peter, any more questions before I open it to the rest of the committee?
Yeah, no, I was interested about the volunteers. I think it was a good question. Is there any fire departments that you're aware of that have volunteers on retainer? Not volunteers, I guess they would be volunteers that get paid, but they're on some sort of a retainer, so they're, you know, more dedicated.
Yeah, the problem just becomes logistics. You know, we usually refer to that program as our paid on call. And, you know, they do have those in several communities, but just with time, a lot of people don't work in the communities that they live in anymore. So they're not as available, or they're not able to drop what they're doing at work as much as they were in the past and being able to respond. So we certainly trying to attract, obviously, our local people who work here either remotely or they work for another town department, and they can help us in the event of an emergency. So we're trying to reach out to all these different target groups and bring them on board. But I would say there is such programs in other communities, but I would also say that they're all struggling in a way that's similar to Nantucket.
Okay, this is, maybe Brian can answer this. I want to know, Brian, is there a secret to have $12,500 utility bill for that big building?
To the big bit, no, because that big building is paid through public facilities for.
Okay, so their utilities.
So that's
are
my
paid.
secret, Peter.
Got it. And could you put my house through that too?
That would be no.
Chief, you have salary and wages going up in your 24 budget. Is this assuming you're going to be able to fill those 6 openings that we see?
Right. I mean, that's assuming that you get approval to promote the 4 lieutenants, and then we backfill their spots and hire 4 more firefighters.
Got it. Okay, and then there's no overtime on your payroll going into either 23 or 24. Is there a reason for that?
There's still overtime. I just don't think we anticipate an increase in the overtime.
Well, it's not budgeted at all.
Brian,
Unless I'm reading something wrong here.
I'm just looking, Peter.
It's
There is overtime in fire
there
department
is.
budget.
yeah.
Maybe I'm looking at the. And okay, I'm looking at the
25,000.
ambulance. The way it printed out differently.
Okay.
So the ambulance, there's no overtime.
Correct. In the ambulance reserve fund, there's no overtime. It's straight
Okay.
salary paid through the ambulance reserve fund, but
Got
there is
it.
overtime in the general fund budget.
Okay, well, the way mine's printed, it didn't show up like that.
You did scare me for a minute there, Peter.
Yeah, no, I got it. I went back and looked on the page before that and I saw it. I guess my last question, Chief, comes back to something we talked about before, was salaries. Do you know, is there some place on the mainland that you feel, I know we want to be competitive, but I think we have to be more than competitive. And I think Libby said the same thing. Is there other fire departments, I mean, the Vineyard or whatever, that are doing something different in terms of salaries and compensation that is helping to them retain people?
Chief, before you answer that, I mean, folks, we have to be careful because we're in the middle of collective bargaining to not have too many conversations about this, I think.
Okay.
Unless Libby, I
let's drop it.
think I want to err on the side of caution on this and not put town administration in a position where later it was quoted from the finance committee meeting that blah, blah, blah. So.
Got it. Drop that question. I'm done.
All right. So thank you, Peter. Joanna, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Chief. Thanks for joining us. Just a question about the volunteer program. What about the junior volunteer program with the kids in the high school? Because I know that once they turn 18, they're, I believe, eligible to participate in that. And I know that, again, you know, from where I come from, that's a really strong program and really where they recruit local people to become full-time firemen. And the size of the community is comparable, and they probably have, well, they probably have 80 volunteer firemen on their roster, but of those 80, a good 25 are kids who are in high school. So any way that we can support that?
So we did have an Explorer program, which is basically that school to career program. And during COVID, I believe it sort of was shut down just because of COVID-19. Since I've been here, we did promote somebody. So we have now 2 fire prevention officers. One of those fire prevention officers has a responsibility of putting that Explorer program back together. I mean, we do have several firefighters, permanent firefighters, including that particular fire prevention officer who came through that program. So it's important. We have started, and we currently have one person who is in the school to career program with that fire prevention officer. So we're looking to expand that going forward, and we see that as a valuable resource to recruit local talent.
Great, because I've really seen that work very effectively. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Joanna. Jeremy?
Hi, Chief. Quick question for you on purchasing the new equipment, the new fire trucks. Will you have an ability to lease those over their economic lives, or do you have to pay for it all up front in 1 year?
So I would just defer that to Brian. You know, there's different mechanisms for funding, but I'm not sure because I haven't been here how it's been done in the past. I think it's both.
We've never used a lease for capital equipment because we can borrow at, we would issue a full borrowing authorization for the purchase of the fire truck. And during the course of construction and whatnot, we would issue a ban for the amount to pay it. And then we would most likely ratably pay that down over 5 years, because I can borrow money in a ban at a significantly discounted rate compared to a lease.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy. Other questions for the chief? Joe?
This is probably a dumb question, Chief, but is there any mutual aid between the firefighters or emergency professionals at the airport and the fire department?
So yes, certainly. You know, there was a fire actually right before I started here, and in an effort to get some more help on scene, the airport did respond and helped us. So we do operate a mutual aid plan with the airport. We responded to the airport when we had those vehicles at the airport that caught fire shortly after the presidential visit. So we work together pretty closely, and we provide each other mutual aid, and we're also putting together some agreements to work more closely with the Coast Guard and utilize them in the case of an emergency as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. If there's no other questions for the chief, we will say thank you very much and good presentation and nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for everything you do for the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye, chief. Okay. All right, next up is Mark Willett. Hi, Mark. Good morning. So Mark, you might be muted if you're talking, otherwise you're not talking.
Yep. I hit the button. I didn't know. I'm back on,
Thank
right?
you. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. How are you guys? Hopefully everybody's good. Before I start, I'd like to thank Brian and his team. I know you guys hear it from others, but do a really good job for us, and they make our job, it's so much easier knowing that we can have that kind of backup and get the kind of information we need to make decisions on capital and budget stuff. So just to let you know, as a department person, Brian does a great job, and his whole team really help us out. So just wanted to say that before I start.
Thank you, Mark.
Yep. All right, so our goals are always to improve the system every year. Again, goal one here is working really close with water, sewer, stormwater, kind of all on the same path, so we can continue the way North Liberty Street went and continue the way we're going on the current sewer force main project. That project's a multi-year project. You know, it's going to take several construction seasons over the winter to do that, so we're going to work hand in hand with David on that. And a lot of the roads that he's going on with that force main, we're going to replace water mains with him and also work on the stormwater as we go. It's time for us to upgrade some of our meter reading equipment that we have in the water towers. That equipment allows us to read the meters all from a computer here at the office instead of going out and reading them by vehicle like we used to do, and then even by hand before that. Some of the equipment is about 7 to 8 years old, and it can no longer accept software upgrades. We're finding out that this is something that we're probably going to budget into our normal budget, maybe every 4 to 5 years, to upgrade this equipment. It's like everything else is computerized. The software is developing faster and faster, and things get upgraded. But that's one of our main goals, because right now, without those upgrades, there's a lot of meters that can't be read. We actually physically have to go out by hand and read the meters. We want to make sure, you know, going into this year, that we get those all updated so we have better customer service. We will continue. We're going to do a pump test on our new production well that's in the ground now. We have to perform a pump test, understand the characteristics of the aquifer when we pump that. We give all that data, and that pump test data goes into a report to Mass DEP. If it's all in line and everything looks good, they'll approve that well. Hopefully, over the course of this next budget season, we will get approval for the new well. Then we can actually start the construction of the pump station for the well and get that online within the next couple of years. But one of the main goals is to get that pump test all approved. Will help our water withdrawal permit. Again, the Commonwealth owns the resource, the water resource, and they tell us what we can pump. Adding this well will increase our pumping rate, which helps things like the fire chief needing more fire suppression and needing more flow at fire hydrants. And right now, we don't really have a backup well in the summertime, so it's really important that we get this well in and done and move forward. And the fourth goal is to start and complete the solar project that we've been working on for probably over 2 years. We're finally in a place where I think construction's going to start soon, and maybe get into the end of this fiscal year that will be up and running, and will give us a huge cost savings in our electrical power. It takes a lot of power to run these pumps to get the water out there. On average, I think each pump station is anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 a month in electrical costs to run. So it'll be a huge savings for us when we get that solar array up and running. Of course, the initiatives below that are directly related to those goals. The current accomplishments, you know, we had another safe year for our workers. Our guys are out in dangerous construction situations, excavation, trenches, water towers, heights. So obviously we stayed safe throughout the year, which is always important for us. And we continued what I think is some of the best customer service we can. We answer the phone when it rings. We try to do everything we can for our customers. And keeping the safe drinking water is always there, and we've done it again. Actually, Sconset Water, since DEP doesn't consider us merged like we do for this, Sconset was given an award by Mass DEP for its water quality. We're doing really well there, and moving forward, we're going to continue that. As we get into the numbers for the budgets, a lot of it stayed the same. Some things that changed for revenue is, you know, last year we put in a lot of new services, so a lot of those are on and will be contributing revenue to water sales. So that portion, the water use fee has increased a little bit. We're guesstimating for a water connection fee, and it is a guess, but it's a pretty educated guess. We're banking on a number for somewhere between 130 and 135 new connections over the next fiscal year. A lot of that has to do with some projects that are already started, a big one on Old South Road, and maybe, you know, if Tacoma Green and some of these other housing projects start, we've kind of worked those numbers into that. That's not to say that in a normal year without some of these big housing complexes, we wouldn't be doing 140, 150, 135 services. So it's these that are adding to it and driving up that revenue. On the expense side, not a lot has changed there either, except for the cost of what we have to purchase. Everything costs more now. I know you guys know it. You keep hearing supply chain stuff. We have fire hydrants that are 30 weeks out. Get them. You know, there's been talk about us moving some fire hydrants downtown and help creating some more parking and stuff like that. And we've ordered hydrants. It was 8 weeks ago. So we're hoping in the next 20 weeks, 30 weeks, we get some hydrants in. Money-wise, we're going to make a big expense in our inventory line item. We increased that a lot. It's up to $540,000. That's a lot more than we usually do. But what we want to do is purchase enough material, because we are actually the ones that carry the supplies. It's not like any other department. We carry it, we install it, we do all of it, and we have to have it here in our stock room. So we're gonna really fill the stock room up and make sure we don't run into the situations that we're running into now. There's certain pieces and parts that we can't get for up to a year. So we're going to order so many of them that hopefully we'll have enough here that will get us through a year plus of construction and not have to stop. I would hate to have to stop someone from moving into a house or getting the final CO because we can't supply it water because we can't get a piece or a part. So we need to make sure we make those big orders and get them in. We've increased the building maintenance. We have a lot of pump stations and a lot of smaller buildings, not just the office building, but the little pump station buildings. We increased that line item by $10,000. Just the cost of material at the lumberyard, we do a lot of the work ourselves, and even to go buy roof shingles, for example, it's huge money now. So we had to increase that a little bit. And we've talked about, I've talked with the admin staff, and we're looking at maybe adding a part-time admin staff for possibly 20 to 30 hours a week, just to help out on certain days, and especially when the billing time of the month, we send out over 8,000 bills. So that's a lot of work and a lot of phone calls and a lot of communication, and we're talking about adding maybe one more person at a part-time up front to help us out. Other than that, most of the numbers kind of stayed the same. It's just really the inventory line, adding a little more help that changed.
Thank you, Mark. So Joe and Jill, you have the lead on this section. So whoever wants to, Jill, you're up first, I think. Go ahead.
No, Joe's got our list of questions, so he did a great job. So I'm going to let him lead with that.
All righty. Well, good morning, Mark. Let me start with a story. I want to compliment the water company's service model. A couple of months ago, we accidentally paid our water bill amount with the number that was actually our electric bill. So we overpaid our water bill, and senior moment. But I have to say, Maria and I were both very surprised when somebody from the water department called us up and said, "Did you really mean to pay X dollars when your bill was only Y dollars?" So Mark, my compliments that, I can't think of any vendor or utility would actually call you up and question whether you overpaid your bill. So a very nice feature of the Nantucket Water Company. the Wannacomet Water Company. Anyway, my first question, Mark, is of a numbers order. Could you, on the fiscal 24 planned revenue of about 7.9 million, that's a 12.9% increase by my math. Could you just break down how much of that is rate and how much of that is new connections? Or
So
water usage and new connections, sorry.
So that's probably the bulk of that's going to be from the water use. You know, more water being sold, more water being pumped out. With all those connections we made in the previous year, the 197 connections, we're going to have on for this fiscal year coming up at least 160 or 70 of those. That's where that increase really is coming from. We're planning on selling more water. So the water revenue from the water bills that are being sent out represents that 12% increase.
So the rate per, per.
The rate is the
The
same.
cost of water has not changed?
No, it hasn't. The last time we had a rate increase was 2016. That's not saying that we're not looking at the rate for future budgetary years. We've had a rate study completed by GZA. We've got that over to Brian so he can take a look. And maybe in the next year or so, we have to have a rate increase. But right now, going into next year, there is no rate increase.
Got it.
Just selling more water. We've pumped more water last year than we ever pumped. We're hitting numbers that we never thought were possible.
I think in years past, you and your predecessor have often talked about where we stand vis-a-vis Mass DEP in terms of what we're allowed to pump and kind of where that stands. Could you kind of give us a sense as to how our water supply looks?
Yep, our water supply in aquifer is extremely strong. We monitor and study it all the time. That's an ongoing thing that's in this budget. It's in every budget. The aquifer is strong. System and the mechanics it takes to get it out into the pipes is in pretty good shape. But we're getting towards the higher end of our permit. We're allowed X amount of pumpage per day. Now, luckily for us, DEP takes an average because obviously in the summertime, we go over that daily number. We can pump 2 million gallons a day, Summertime, we're pumping 4 to 5 million gallons a day, but in the wintertime, we're pumping 1 million. So our average is still under our permit number of like 2.6 million a day, but we are getting close to that limit. And adding a new well for a backup well will increase that water withdrawal permit. So we'll gain some more leverage and some more space and flexibility in what we can pump with the new well. And obviously, if we got to the point where these type of developments are going in and, 150 units here and 300 units here and 60 more at another one, I think just doing rough math in my head from the plans that I have in my office, I think there's 200 or 300 more units planned in the next year or two. So that type of information we could also take to DEP and negotiate with them. And it is a negotiation because they own the water. They look at our population as doing this, we're adding this many units, we need to increase those water withdrawal permits. One way to do that is add a new well, and we're doing that. And then the next one will be negotiations with them.
Great, thank you. Sort of a last numbers question. You have 4 open positions in the budget, 2 utility men and 2 customer service representatives. Do you expect to fill those, or are those sort of placeholders against staff turnover? Kind of give us a sense on that.
I'm so lucky to have the people here that I have to work with all week. They're actually killing it for us. And we're gonna add some people eventually, but right now I think we're okay. I just want to hold those there in case we do need someone. After the part-time person, there's probably gonna be never replaced myself when I took over for Bob. So the next hire might not be a utility person. It might be an engineer. Help out on that side of things. And we're working on that now and looking at that now. That could possibly be the next hire, an engineer.
Well, then, if I could follow on that, I noticed on the capital items, you've got $2 million for employee housing. And the Wannacomet Water is not that big a group of people. Who is the housing for?
We have two employees. We have one employee in employee housing right now, and we have another one that needs housing. So that would be that. And then we have that additional, and we're looking at maybe possibly a duplex. If we had that additional housing, it would be much easier for me to go out and get an engineer. Without housing, I don't even know if I'd advertise that job. I don't know what the success rate would be to retain somebody without housing.
Got it. All right, Jill, do you want to add any in?
Mark, could you just give us an update on the PFAS testing and how that's going, and you feel like you have that under control, and then maybe the adding the water hookups over by Surfside and the airport?
Sure. So again, luckily, knock on wood, we're good for all the public wells. Public water supply wells are PFAS detected. You know, I'm not going to lie to you, I get nervous every time we send those off every quarter, because it is kind of widespread and you don't know where it's going to come from and when it's going to show up. But it's in so much stuff that, you know, it's just something that, it's a scary time when we take the samples. Even though we've been clean, it's a nervous time when we take those samples. Matacasham is already all connected. Everybody out there has been hooked up. So those people have safe drinking water now. Working hand in hand with the town to do that west of the airport project, which is the other half of Skyline, Webster, Orkawa, Monahanset. That's moving forward. I think the plans are at a 60% or 70% completion. So I think we're getting close to actually bidding that out. I know we've already started ordering some of the supplies and material for that job and that water main extension. And I think in the future, you know, moving forward with all these budgets, whether it's something that we work into the budget itself or kind of have a continuous capital item, will be extending safe drinking water and water mains into PFAS impacted areas. As we look at the island more and more and we go out and try to find this stuff, we are going to find it, and then those people are going to need safe drinking water. So it's definitely driving expansion of the system.
Mark, has there been a, thank you for that. Has there been a test created that's a little less expensive than the test they have, so that people who are on wells can go out and, you know, continue to look at their water? Because they've been really expensive in the past, and I didn't know if there's some sort of mitigation for that for future customers.
No, it is still a very expensive test. The laboratory equipment required to look at things in parts per trillion. I mean, we're looking at in parts per trillion.
Yeah.
The only thing we look at, I mean, we know chloroethylene will kill you, it's DOC, and we test that in parts per million for drinking water. You know, PFAS is the only thing we look at parts per trillion, and that test is really expensive. I know Mass DEP drinking water, the drinking water side of Mass DEP is looking into creating some type of fund, sampling PFAS fund that we could get our customers or potential other residents with private wells would be able to get some funding help for that sampling. And then maybe when that comes into effect, if it does, and I hope it does in the next year or so, they're working on it now, I would be able to go in as Wannacomet and say, hey, we get, you know, $50,000 or $80,000 of that fund and keep it here and have it for residents of private well residents in Nantucket to go out and sample, and it would be paid for out of that funding.
That's huge, Mark. That would be wonderful.
Yeah,
Because I think a lot
really
of people are not testing their water because, you know, I had a test, it was $2,000. Somebody sent me another
Yeah.
test, theirs was like 700. So there is a variety in pricing, but it's a lot. And if you feel like you need to test, you know, not just every year, but maybe more often than that, depending on how your neighbors are testing, that's a huge development. Thank you.
Jill and Joe, any other questions, and anyone else? Anyone else want to raise their hands? In which case, Mark, as always, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation and for everything you do. Thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. Okay, Noah, you're up.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Noah.
Good to be here. I was going to roll right into page 4 of the OpenGov presentation and start with significant changes year to year. The goals are pretty project specific. I'm happy to answer questions on them if you do have them, obviously. First of all, I want to thank especially Jamie Sansbury. She is our business manager who has kept the budget in line over the last 7 years. She works incredibly hard with Brian to develop a good budget, keep us in the black, monitor our long-term capital. Tom Rafter recently retired. I remember when I came on in his first year when I was bringing pens and scrap paper in from home because the airport was losing $1 million or more a year. It's really because of those three that I think we enjoy the position that we are in now. So I want to give that credit where it's due. For significant changes year to year, one of the major items that we're noticing is as we've taken on more leases, more agreements, we've developed more business opportunities for our local business community. We implement probably close to 200 different agreements now, and we're doing this with fewer staff. And this is beginning to be a bit of a challenge administratively. Every customer, every tenant needs a different level of oversight, and this is something we may consider staffing to differently. Staffing availability, it's no secret on the island. This is a challenge along numerous fronts. It's a challenge for the airport as well. I think we have 5 or 6 open positions now. People are staying with us for a shorter amount of time. A lot of our long tenured staff are approaching retirement ages. So we have seen turnover, and we expect to see continuous turnover for the next year in key positions. So maintaining staff who are being competitively hired into the private sector, or losing them to retirement, or competing with other entities on island is going to be a continued challenge. We have continued costs associated with our PFAS program requirements. We have the costs we know, but we also have the uncertainty over future costs. If and when regulations change, this could impact what we're responsible for, what we're responsible for planning, and the amount of borrowing we may have to raise for sort of our next 3 to 5 year program cycle. These are unknowns that we'll have to face in the future. I'm sure you've heard it, and you will hear it from every department, but we're facing severely escalating project development costs or inflation costs that are out of sync with items that we may have prepared in the budget cycle. I think in the last 5 years, we have estimates of flat work that have gone, pavement construction, that have gone from $30 per square foot to $75 per square foot or more. Our last major project, hot mix asphalt, I think was $320 per ton. You know, we will be lucky to see $350 per ton for our next set of projects and up. And we've seen incredible volatility, in the energy sector as an entity where we own and operate fixed space operation at the airport, and we buy and sell our own jet fuel. As our fuel uplifts change drastically, the price escalates, transportation is getting more difficult, and the market is generally volatile. We have an 8-month lead time for forecasting, which is a fool's errand sometimes. But as we manage our fuel, that is, and we manage our fuel revolver, that's a difficult item. Continued items of interest that I think that we brought out are The external factors that will continue to be important considerations and stressors on the airport's financial performance. While we have been involved in expanding our non-aviation related opportunities to businesses, including non-aeronautical land development in the bunker area or potentially in the Sun Island Road area, this helps reduce our reliance on aviation related metrics and aviation related revenue, but we're an airport and that is still the majority of where our revenue comes from aviation activity and the people whose businesses rely on enplanements or aircraft operations. A huge impact in the industry, and it's disproportionately felt in small markets like Nantucket or the Vineyard or other regional airports, is the pilot career pipeline or the pilot shortage. There is a severe shortage of pilots in the aviation industry. This is partially due to regulation changes. It's partially due to the military producing fewer pilots and holding on to the pilots that they have longer. And it's also due to pilots moving into drone-based operations. They can sit at home or they can live where they want and operate drones to inspect pipelines or utility grids or other areas and be home with their families each day instead of jetting around the world. It's a major stress to regional airline operators. These operators, they can't fly the flights that they want. There are routes that they would like to fly. They have the aircraft. They just don't have the pilots to support those routes. Nantucket has been lucky so far in that the majority of our routes are highly profitable. So airlines will staff these lines before they staff other lines. But it's a limitation on some of the air service we would like to see, especially the poorer performing routes back and forth to Hyannis. Other major stressor, I'm sure you've heard Tom or I, speak to this before. The term is airline upgauging. Across all of our market sectors, airlines are putting larger aircraft on their routes. Part of this is in response to the pilot shortage. With the same number of pilots and crew, if they operate a bigger aircraft, they can move more people at a lesser fixed cost to them. However, accommodating a larger aircraft requires adaptation of our landside, our terminal, and our airside facilities. So it's a stress on everything from our staffing to our pavement strength, to the taxiway runway intersections and the turning radii on these pieces of pavement. And we become more peak hour oriented, even though our annual enplanement numbers are only seeing very low annual rates of growth. The amount of money at an annualized, if you annualize our peak hour flow of 300 passengers, we have to staff and address the peak hour. We can't staff and address the annualized hour. And that comes at a higher cost. And then the Jet A market dynamics continue to be a stressor. We're still working through drastic changes in Jet A demand locally. We've had a history, the airport has had a long history up until COVID of reliable, dependable 3 to 4% growth in Jet A sales year after year. It was very easy to plan logistically and financially. After COVID, we jumped 44%, and this puts a stress on our ability locally to keep product in stock, to move it into trucks, to move it into planes, and to get it here on the ferry boats where everyone is after space on the ferry boats. When we have that in with regional supply disruptions at the Boston Jet A terminal, national trucker shortages, it just becomes a very complex and difficult item. Think of all of the links in the chain. Breaking one link in that chain, the whole chain fails, and it takes a lot longer to spool back up. A lot of this derives into how we look at managing the fuel revolver and managing this conservatively in face of that volatility. I was going to move to the page 7 airport budget detail with actuals. Again, we're fortunate where we are thanks to the efforts of staff. The few items that I wanted to call out were salary and wages. We're showing an escalation, and this is for 2 reasons. Previously, we were the recipients of a CARES grant that we applied to our salary and wages. This had been reflected in previous years as a reduction of our salary. So in the last, more recently, as we've expended through our CARES funds, we're now showing our full salary burden. The other aspect is that we've given employees raises. We like them, they do great work for us, and we want to keep them. For transfer to the general fund, I believe in 2023, maybe 2022, we transferred an extra, I believe, $500,000 for a repayment to the town. We'll discuss this with our commission. It's something we might anticipate doing again at the end of this year from retained earnings. And from that, I would move into the capital items that begin on page 9. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, for positions. Personal favorite of mine, that's how I ended up at the airport initially, was at the environmental coordinator position. This position we've held in the budget, we are reinstating it. We will be advertising for that position late winter, early spring, hoping to get someone in that seat by July 1st for our summer. Typically that position holds a large role with noise abatement, which clearly is a much stronger issue in the summer than it is in the off season. For our capital items, I will take them in order. We have our Novadear Farm Road Housing Development Phase 2 for construction. We're asking for $3.8 million. We worked with Capcom, and we went through a couple iterations of this program, but what we are looking for is a dormitory style project with 8 individual bedrooms and 1 year-round sort of manager's apartments. We currently have a seasonal house on airport property at the west end of Matagasham Valley Road that we use to house our seasonal staff. The 2 items I'd like to mention about that is, 10 years ago, our season was the typical Nantucket 12-year season. Since then, we've seen remarkable growth in the shoulder season. Our season now really is 6 months that we keep these staff on board. The current house, the Thompson House, isn't winterized. It's old, it's rambling, and it isn't appropriate for holding staff in the shoulder season when it's cold. And we rely very heavily on this staff for operations and ramp up. So these are the personnel who are marshaling aircraft into place, fueling aircraft, driving passengers and bags, and performing other duties that we require for the airport. So we are moving this housing location to north of Park Circle on sort of the correct side of the airport. And we hope to begin construction this fall. We have already retained an owner's project management representative to assist us with that. Paint and beads and rubber markings removal. This is typically an annual project. We'll pick 1 runway or 1 set of taxiways to remark, remove rubber markings. As rubber builds up from multiple turbojet landings as the wheels skid on the ground. We need to remove that before friction is reduced. We can only have, I think, 3 or 4 overlapping layers of paint for our markings before they need to be removed. So it's an ongoing maintenance project that we do annually. It used to be provided through a grant program by Mass DOT, but it's been several years now since they've done this, and it's become an annual airport responsibility. We next have a list of AIP projects. Again, AIP are the projects that are traditionally federal and state share, 90% federal funding, 5% state funding, and then a 5% local share. We are asking for supplemental funding for terminal improvements. Again, we've spoken with our commission, and the concept that we are looking for is when the terminal was renovated in planned in 2007, 2008. It was planned around a concept that still involved 90% of the airline activity being apportioned to non-secure air taxis, the 402s that were in service, and 10% to the large air carriers, such as JetBlue. Over that last decade, that market has inverted. It's now 10% air taxis, 90% seasonal regional jet service. That has a lot of implications on how the space is used. So this $9 million project is aimed at expanding the hold room into the current TSA baggage handling area, relocating baggage handling, and possibly doing some small infill work in the courtyard and reapportioning areas, maybe moving the ticket counters back and relocating some ticket offices. The idea is that we would repurpose the space that we have available to meet our current configuration. We've also hired an OPM for that. We would pursue additional funding sources, the bill and ATP programs to try to take advantage of as much federal funding as possible. Project number 4 is also an AIP project that's for a high-speed exit taxiway. If you were to look at an aerial of the airport or our airport diagram, there's a large gap in our stub taxiways from Delta to the end of the runway. So if you're landing over Squam, over Alter Rock, and you land on runway 24 and you miss taxiway Delta for the turnoff to the ramp, you're taxiing for a while at pretty slow speed to get to the end of the runway. As long as that plane is on the runway, it's holding up all of the planes in the safe distance allowable under air traffic control rules to land. And that delays the amount of time that planes are waiting to take off, which just adds to noise and congestion and capacity. So it's not only a tool for air traffic, but it is over the course of 60,000 operations in a year, it's a net noise and emissions reduction as well. For AIP, the South Ramp expansion supplemental funding, we're currently at a conflict with the FAA in that we have to close our crosswind runway, runway 1533, that points from the Statue Park to Maddox-Sham Valley. We closed that for excess parking on summer weekends. We put aircraft in run-up areas. We put aircraft nose to tail, wing to wing, and we've had ramp crash accidents. We are not going to be allowed to park aircraft on the crosswind runway. That's been a concern of the FAA. They found supplemental FAA discretionary funding for us. Again, this would be a federal share project. Ours would be 5% on that amount. But this is, this is needed for handling the volume of aircraft that we currently have. We are at an overcapacity on a number of summer weekends. Our final AIP project, our perimeter road and fence relocation at the south end of the airport at Belvedere Beach. This bluff is experiencing erosion. We want to pull the fence and the perimeter road back. We have plans for that. We have permitted that expansion, and we have the mitigation strategy in place. Fundamentally, I know erosion is of a public issue. I just thought that I would mention the commission's position on this has been one of retreat and accommodation. We're deliberately not going after hard or soft solutions to armoring that area. There is room to retreat, and that is our strategy.
Noah, I think instead of going through the rest of them, because they're, compared to your others, relatively low numbers, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen and Jeremy to ask, and the rest of the committee to ask questions, being respectful of everyone's time here, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Okay, Stephen or Jeremy, I don't know who wants to go first, but off you go.
I had a couple of questions. Thank you, Noah. I was just curious, what are the passenger facility fees, or does the airport charge for every ticket or every person who comes in on an airplane?
Okay, so we have what's called a PFC program for the passenger facility fee. Our rate is $4.50 per in-plane passenger, and this is what you would see if you buy the ticket online at a major airline search engine and they break down the fees.
Okay, so
Yeah, and of that $4.50, the airline that the passenger books the ticket with keeps 11 cents. $4.39 goes to the airport.
Gotcha. And then just one other macro question. Do you have any problem getting air traffic controllers for the airport, or is that in a completely different area?
It's a completely different area. It's owned and staffed by the FAA directly. I defer that question to the tower supervisor, Mr. Topham.
Okay,
My general understanding is yes, they have the same difficulty attracting.
gotcha. Just on some of I noticed that your insurance costs went up, but your health insurance costs went down. I was sort of curious what's going on there.
I can't speak to the health insurance costs. I would defer that to Mr. Turbot. On the other insurance costs, airport and aircraft liability insurance has skyrocketed. A lot of it is still related to the Boeing 737 MAX issues that have caused in the industry. The other is related to congestion at the airport. We've had a number of what we call ramp rash, sort of wingtip to wingtip accidents where aircraft is being towed, or an aircraft is taxiing and a wingtip will brush a tail. And those claims start at $20,000 or $50,000. That's just the nature of corporate aircraft repair.
And that's a liability of the airport if there is such an accident?
Yes, and I'm not sure if you're looking at, a property insurance or an airport general liability line item.
Okay. And then your security and police expenses went up a little bit. I was wondering, you could maybe discuss that.
Sure, and I think that's an important one. I want to give credit to Mr. Rafter and Chief Pittman for working on this issue for us. But as NPD had experienced extreme staffing shortages, they needed to find a way to utilize the officer that they had devoted to the airport. We are required to have an airport law enforcement officer on hand to support our TSA checkpoint, to support passenger screening of commercial service airlines. What they were able to do was assign instead of taking a annual assignment to the airport, assign it on a detailed basis. And the delta in that agreement was an additional, I think, $50,000 or $60,000. We might have budgeted for more than that initially, but for the last calendar year, we ended up paying more for the detailed structure than for the annual structure of that agreement.
Okay. So right now, how many open positions are you looking for people? And are you having difficulty finding the people you need?
We are having difficulty finding positions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 open positions now, some of which we are currently interviewing for.
And that's out of how many total people?
We would like to be at 35.
And is it like everything else that it's really the constraint is housing?
It's housing and it's competition for good people. It's a workers' market.
Okay. Well, no, those are my questions.
Thank you, Jeremy. Stephen?
Noah, good morning. Thanks for the detailed overview. Couple of questions for me. In your professional services budget, which grew this year or is projected to grow, miscellaneous purchases, what makes up that increase?
Generally for professional services, since we're short on staff and we anticipate being short on staff, we've assigned a little bit work than we may have otherwise to professional services. Part of miscellaneous purchases, one of the positions we have not been able to fill is our mechanic position in maintenance. So we anticipate on purchasing or going forward with the vehicle service contract for our critical equipment, our aircraft rescue and firefighting trucks, our snow plows, and our heavy equipment. And I think that's the budgeted increase that we've
Got it.
noticed.
So that's an outside vendor as opposed to an employee of the airport.
Correct.
I see. On the revenue side, I see a big uptick, and I follow the RFPs for land leases and seems that the airport has been successful in that. How much more opportunity is there for the airport in the coming years?
There is more opportunity. We are evaluating lots in the bunker area as we speak. We have development opportunities available on Sun Island Road. And those are areas that are already pre-permitted. It would be, at the discretion of our commission, but we do have other land available on the airport that's currently restricted by NISA. But we do have available land. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that we rent it all out, but that land is available. We do
Got
have
it.
those resources.
And just as an order of magnitude, are we talking about 10 acres or 100 acres?
There are probably, just off the top of my head, 5 acres that could be available in the Sun Island area. Another 3/4 to acre in the bunker area. And then another potential 10 acres that would be subject to the sort of commission's leadership and environmental permitting.
Got it. And I understand that it's really a decision for the commission, but of the land that you just identified, how much of it is suitable for housing for the airport's needs? I know there's been discussion for many years about, will the FAA allow you guys to build housing, and what type?
So I did not include in those numbers I believe, Stephen, it's a 2-acre area that we've identified west of the Delta Fields and north of Park Circle, that would be our housing location with a plan for build out. And that's exclusive of the acreages I mentioned previously.
The town of Nantucket is exempt from zoning bylaw. Does the airport enjoy that same benefit? I mean, if you were to develop housing with the blessing of the FAA, can you develop, say, dormitory housing, even though that's industrial zone land?
So my understanding is, as part of the town, we're exempt by right. However, our commission has given us guidance that they want to make sure we do go through the effort of complying or permitting.
Sure.
As if we want.
Okay, I see that as a great benefit, a real resource for you all, which isn't available to many other departments. So that's great. You identified lack of pilots as I don't know if threat's the right word, but that's a challenge for the airport. Is that just, on the revenue side, like there's going to be continued downward trend in private aviation because there aren't pilots, or explain that for me? I don't think I understood what the challenge is there.
It's not, I wouldn't put it as a revenue threat to the airport. I would put it as a customer service threat or an air service threat to the community. The routes that I think, what I hear from the community is that they want multiple affordable routes specifically to Hyannis. The good old days, basically, of Cessna 402s.
Yeah.
Those routes really aren't profitable, or they're on the lower level of priorities for an airline to fill. The market dynamics just aren't there. So as long as the balance of pilots is in a deficit, I think we're unlikely to see those routes.
Okay, makes sense. So that brings me to my next question, which was about an increase in revenue for counter space. I think you use a different term, but essentially I think that means that there's more airlines, or maybe you're at full capacity now. Everybody's renting all the counter space that we have at the airport. Is that right?
Yes, especially our bag belt only runs behind 50 to 60% of the counters. That was just part of the design of the terminal. It wasn't anticipated to have that much secure traffic as it does now. We do have some counter space available, but it's in the traditional air taxi area that doesn't front the bag belts. So it's not necessarily sought after.
Got it. And you have a laundry list of capital items already, but is that a potential area where if you extended the bag belt, that would become attractive real estate for an airline to rent?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, and then the last question, if you'll indulge me, I just came to learn about this term. VTOL, I think, the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that are projected to come online in the next several years. Would that be something that the airport would need to be involved in? I mean, certainly from a FAA and, radar and flight coordination thing, but because they take off and land vertically, do airports see that as potential customers in the future?
Very emphatic, yes, and I will keep this answer short. We've been involved for the last 2 years at the forefront of speccing and accommodating those routes. The eVTOL development represents a potential autonomous, low-cost return to the good old days of multiple high-frequency service to Hyannis. There means a different set of roles for our operating environment and electrical infrastructure, but we are highly bullish on that opportunity. I'd be happy to talk more to anyone at a different time about it.
Very cool. Yeah, maybe I'll pull you aside at drop off someday. Anyway, that's all from me. Thanks, Noah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm gonna go to Brian first, and then Chris, I'll go to you.
I was actually going to let Chris go because I don't know if the outcome of his questions may need more input from me, Madam Chair, but I wanted to respond to Jeremy's question about health insurance and then before the end of this, and then discuss the fuel revolver, which wasn't included in the packet, and take people through that. Okay.
Yep, Chris. over
Brian,
to
can you go ahead? Because my question's more general in nature and isn't going to address either of those.
Okay, perfect. So to address Jeremy's question first, you're seeing a reduction in the health insurance most likely because when we start the process, we take the actual usage of, or the actual census data for every entity across the town spectrum, based on a cutoff date for that presentation. Then we apply the projected increase to it. So most likely what's happened is that you may have had turnover, you may have had people on different plans, or people may have internally switched plans, or any new staff that the airport has hired may have taken a plan that was different than we had originally projected as part of last year's budget. So it would not necessarily be unusual to see that happening if the census has changed in a dramatic way in terms of that.
So there's a mixed shift of employees' choices.
There is absolutely. The town offers 2 different plans, and they offer single or family. So if you have a switch in the metrics or the dispersion, then it would potentially cause a reduction in the projection from going forward.
Got it. Thanks.
You're welcome. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is in the airport's general operating budget, you see a line item for $2 million in fuel sales. I can assure you the airport takes in many millions of dollars, more than $2 million in fuel revenue, and also sells many more dollars in gallons than the $2 million. As most people are aware on the FinCom, the airport has a fuel revolver, which is approved through Article 4. This year's current allocation or level of spending in the fuel revolver is 9.5 million, which is consistent with the prior year, and is also consistent with what we'll be recommending for fiscal 24. The $2 million that ends up in their general operating budget is the overflow, because the expenditures in the fuel revolver are capped at 9.5 million. So any overflow of revenue is automatically directed to the general operating budget, which is what that $2 million represents. It actually represents the overflow and excess receipts over the $9.5 million authorization. So I just wanted to clarify that, and so everybody was understood why it was only 2 million in their general operating budget.
So Brian, with that, there's not a huge expected increase in the price of fuel from last year to this year, or anticipated?
I'm gonna defer to Noah because I know that they do an extreme amount of work on trying to calculate the price on a go-forward basis. I know that we've stayed within that last year. Actually, we came in, I think, right at the 9.5, roughly the 9.5 million. I think the committee may recall in previous years when the pricing has changed more dramatically than we anticipated, we've come back to increase the fuel revolver.
Yeah.
But that's the number that not only Tom, Noah, and Jamie and I, no, Tom, Noah, and I, and Jamie also discussed, and the 9.5 was where they felt comfortable. So
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Noah, so you think the 9.5 is going to be where you're going to land approximately?
For our best guess, yes.
Okay, thank you. Chris, yours, and then Joe, I'll come to you.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, Noah. I also would like you to bring Will's Air back if you could do that this year. My question is, it might save you a trip back to us in the coming weeks. We're going to be entertaining proposals to start to think about changing our form of government. And inevitably that conversation ends up at, we need to do away with town meeting because it is not facile enough to capitalize on opportunities that the airport sees. And so my question is the first part's for you probably, which is, can you tell us a little bit more about that and how you're constrained by town meeting, what opportunities you miss? And then probably more generally for general counsel is, have we exhausted every possible opportunity or idea for, finding a way to get that authority over to the select board or the FinCom or something to help with that issue without having to completely overhaul our form of government?
Okay, it's a good and timely question. In the past, we felt that we've been constricted by the ATM schedule with our opportunity to take advantage of federal funding opportunities, especially short-term fund opportunities that are issued very quickly by the government that require shovel-ready projects to go. However, we've worked with really with the town, with town council and our council, and recently the legislature passed a home rule petition that does give the select board the ability under limited circumstances to raise capital. I think from a political standpoint, it doesn't change anything we're planning on doing now. There's no current situation or problem, but being able to utilize that tool if and when it's needed overcomes that limitation.
That's great. Thank you.
Joe?
A numbers question. Looking at OpenGov, it looked to me that the airport, both for fiscal 23 and for fiscal 24, is budgeted to lose $400,000, and that's just subtracting expenses from revenues. But but with a fuel revolver sort of outside of that, I think. Basic question, I don't know if it's Noah or Brian, does the airport make money? Is it a profitable entity, or is it still running at a loss? Part two would be, given that, what does the airport still quote unquote owe the town, and how long do we think it's going to take to pay that back?
I'll like to take first chance at this, and I know Brian can correct me if I'm wrong on the numbers. The $400,000 shortfall, it's not showing a annual transfer that we do from our PFC fund, which was mentioned earlier, I believe by Jeremy. So we have a $400 transfer from our PFC fund to balance that budget. The airport is been in the black for the last several years. The airport is making money. The balance of the repayment to the town fund, I think, is on the order of 1.2 to 1.7 million dollars, and without making an additional transfer, I believe we're on schedule to repay that by fiscal year 26 or 28.
Thanks, Noah. Appreciate that.
Brian, anything to add?
No, I'm actually I have a schedule that I'm trying to look up. The actual balance as of June 30th, 22 actually is 1.9 million, 1,906,000. And the repayment date is scheduled to be pending no additional higher payments, is actually scheduled to be done by June 30th of 2030.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Jeremy?
Noah, I was curious what percentage growth you anticipate over the next few years. And secondly, is there a way to raise the passenger facility fee if you need more revenue?
Overall, we expect low annual growth, 3%, 2%. But that's overall within our different market sectors, that's going to vary wildly. I expect a continued drop in the air taxi market, and a continued increase in the commercial air service market. I'm sorry, the second part of your question?
Was just, what
yeah.
is the process to raise the passenger facility fees?
The PFC is capped by federal legislation. $4.50 is the max.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions? Otherwise, we will say thank you very much, Noah, and congratulations on being in charge.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Noah. Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, so David Gray has been patiently waiting. We are, as you know, running a little bit behind, so I would like to go through David's presentation so we can set him free, and then we'll obviously push off our break. So, David, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning, everyone. I don't mind hanging out with you guys. It's always fun. Good morning and thank you. I can go through mine, I think, fairly quickly. A lot of my goals continue to stay the same, with one or two exceptions would be now goal 5 and 6 is we're currently underway with the stormwater CMOM program to take and this will be the very first assessment of the current stormwater infrastructure that we have. So we've started in the Children's Beach, Hussey, Brant Point tributary areas. So that is underway. And ultimately the goal 6 will be a lot of the, most of the, if not all stormwater operations will be transferred over to the sewer department here in the coming year. Initiatives continue the same with a lot of our training and pipe replacement as far as the sewer CMOM piece of it. That's been moving forward now for about 4.5, 5 years. Very successful. Again, on all those projects, we work very close in hand with Mark and Stormwater, and then working whenever we do construction projects, if we impact any sidewalks or intersections or stuff like that, those are all repaired as well. A couple of updates on some sewer projects that we got going on. The Surfside Road Area Sewer Improvement Project is just about complete. We just put our brand new pump station online last week. So that station is now taking 100% of the flows that the 1986 pump station was handling that was over on across the street on the Dias property. So that's pretty exciting. I did recently take the town manager on a field trip over there, and that's one of our state-of-the-art pump stations that we have. All the other pump stations are early 80s or even some are older. South Shore Road Gravity Sewer Project is most of that pipe work and everything is complete. Less the final piece of that, which will be a pump station down the road a bit. So that's moving along very, very well. We just received town water down to the facility. We've been operating on wells out there since the 80s. So we now have a current water main that's been run. Currently, the water company is doing testing and trying to get that line certified. They did a bleach test recently and flushing and everything. So that should be coming online pretty soon. And we'll serve our homes and stuff there as well as the treatment plant.
David,
yes.
You seem to have a helper. Would she like to say hello to the finance committee?
I do have my helper. Say hi. Say hi.
Morning.
No, no, she's gonna be shy.
There you go. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure she got to say hi if she wanted.
No, she's just hanging out with her pupper, she says. So sorry about that.
It's no problem. That's the beauty of working from home.
Yeah. So moving forward here on our current year accomplishments, there's been quite a few. I limited them on the paperwork, but sewer permitting is moving along at sometimes, I think, breakneck speeds, because we're issuing 25 to 30 plus permits a week right now. We've done over 800 permits already the past fiscal year. We recently received over 130 applications from the Richmond property, so those are all in process, and everything else, so that's going well. Inspections have increased, as well as not only the inspection amount, but the complexity of a lot of these systems nowadays, because the lots are, when they put one or two houses or three structures on a property, some of these systems are becoming hybrid. They're not strictly either gravity or strictly being pumped. They're a combination of both. So a lot of times it takes a multi-visit for any of the inspections, which means 3 or 4 visits to the job site. That's just the way of how these construction projects are going. Licensing and everything continues on. We currently are fully staffed at this time, which has been a godsend for everything. We did have some turnover recently in the last year. A lot of that had to do with better offers from other towns or municipalities because of our high licensing operators that we had. A lot of our operators are grade 6s or 7s, which is the highest you can get. So they were very enticing to other communities, and they were successful. Move into some of the numbers as we go. One of the bigger things that we're running into, it's the same with Mark and everything, is our utilities have definitely gone up, and that's one of my biggest, that's my exceptions that I have. Almost all of my exceptions that are listed have to do with increasing of my utility lines. Electricity, chemicals, fuels, everything is so hard to come by, and we probably saw a 300% increase just in one chemical that we use, which is citric acid, for cleaning our membrane so we can have the process that meets the DEP standards. It's just, it's been crazy on the numbers for chemicals. So all of my numbers 1 through 9 on my exceptions all have to do with increases in not only utilities, but vehicle maintenance. We've got a couple of service agreements in line with some of the dealerships on the mainland, as well as the heavy large truck facilities on the mainland with the specialized vehicles. They can't really be fixed here. The fire chief had mentioned the same thing. We have to send our vehicles off to get serviced, those specialized vehicles, because they have to be certified, et cetera. Increase in supplies. Again, nothing of any great surprise. What used to, like Mark was saying, what used to cost us $40 is now costing us $120 for certain parts. Still can't get brass fittings, which is still something that is kind of surprising in this day and age, that you can't get 1 inch to 1 1¼ inch brass transition fittings. You can't get couplings. You can't get a lot of stuff like that, which is unusual, or extremely long lead times. We have lead times of 2 years on some pumps and some very specialized equipment. I'll move into the capital items. These are ongoing for the CMON program for the sewer. Eventually, we'll have a CMON program ongoing for the stormwater as we get there. This program has been a very eye-opener on a lot of stuff, and very, very successful in removing a lot of the I&I, the inflow and excess waters that people either pumping from their basements or whatever. We removed almost a 250,000 gallons alone when we lined Easton Street alone. So that was huge to get rid of that clean water that we don't need to be treating. The Surfside upgrade going forward. We're seeking another $7 million for some supplemental funding. A lot of that has to do with when we did phase 1 of the facility. Those bids came in at about $8 million over what was anticipated. So we had to pull a lot of stuff out. So now we're trying to put stuff back in that we needed. Replacing some vehicles, a new 550, a 350, and then a utility truck. Again, those some of these are specialized vehicles, but the cost of vehicles have just been astronomical, and lead times are outrageous. We're trying to take and move forward with maybe converting some of these vehicles to electric vehicles, seeking an electrical vehicle for our administration staff. The ability to get them right now is pretty tough. You see commercials on TV all the time of get your electric vehicle. Well, when you try to order one, they're a year or 2 years out. My workforce plan, as you can see, we are pretty well fully staffed right now, which is it's been a real hard effort to get to that point. A lot of it we're trying to we try to hire. We have 2 young men that have recently graduated from high school within the last year or so that are currently on staff. One of those young men have gotten all their qualifications and certifications from their grade 6. He just recently completed getting all his hoisters licenses, CDL, etc. So that's a big lift for these young folks to come in, or actually even for us old folks to come in and get these certifications that we're required to have in order to perform our duties. Other than that, we can go through line by line items if you'd like, but sometimes I kind of like just questions because it seems to help everybody move along, or because
Yeah, we'll
as
move
most
to-
of you know, I can talk and just keep talking.
We'll move to questions, David, but I really want to remark on how you do such a great job with the certifications and getting your team to continue to want to grow to the next step. It's really a credit to your leadership. So thank you for that.
Well, I got to thank, town manager administration. They're the ones that allow us to promote that kind of education and training. And without their support and Brian's support, I wouldn't be able to do it. So
Thank you. All right, so the people who are the lead for today, for the questions, though everyone obviously can ask, is Joe and Jeremy. So I don't care which one of you jumps in first.
David, thanks so much for all the good work you do. I just said on one of the line items, the debt service number went up quite dramatically. Just wondered if you could address that.
I would defer that to Brian because it's he knows those numbers
Sure.
better.
So the increase in debt service relative in the sewer department is that we had some clean water trust monies relative to some of the projects that were financed, which we only have been paying bans. I think Nantucket Harbor Shimmer, which was completed a couple of years ago, as well as the first round of upgrades to the treatment plant. We had borrowed that money at a significantly reduced rate through the Clean Water Trust, through Mass DEP. And we are at the whims and discretion of when they borrow the money, when they think it's the best time to close out those loan pools. And over the last year, they recently closed 2 loan pools, which we are a participant in. And that permanently financed the debt that's been added and increased into this year.
So another way of saying it is we were funding short and now we're funding long.
Correct.
Okay. David, I was just a tiny technical question. When we individual homeowners pay our bill to the water company, I think it's for the sewer and the water. Do they then in turn send part of that bill to you guys?
Correct. Yes, that's all integral to the town finances, and it's been the same way since long before I was here. The reason they do our billing is because they have that data on the total flows going into the homes. Flat rate houses are a little different, but they've been doing our finance billing for, maybe Brian knows the term, but it's been 15, 20 years or better that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And we do get our piece of that, yes.
Yeah. I was curious on a lot of the projects that you've done in the town area that sort of are near the waterfront. Are they all robust enough when we have climate change and we have more and more storms and the water level rises, that they will survive that? What's the planning on all of that?
All of our projects that go forward within any of the watershed areas or the flood areas, we have to have coastal resiliency built into them. And a really prime example of that is when we did the C Street pump station upgrade back in 15, 16, we actually installed a structural 4-foot high flood wall around that structure that's 2 foot thick that can hold any flood waters that come into that area back. However, if water gets into that facility, we raised all the electrical components up above flood level 10 inside the building, and the pumps that were installed were designed to operate submerged, so they can run underwater. They're specifically designed for that. So when we take and do a piping project or anything underground, when we replace either manhole structures or frames, covers, etc., if they're all lined, they're all heavily waterproofed, and the covers are usually two sets of covers. One's a watertight cover and the other one's just the cover you see on the road. So everything that we do in those areas has to be have resiliency built into it. So it's something that we look extremely close at, and it's working for us.
Oh, good. And so with all the projects that you have underway and given our expected island growth, are there any other major capital projects you anticipate over the next few years that that you need to keep up with that growth and all of the changes that are likely to come?
When we did our sewer master plan back in 2021 area, we looked at all every single lot. We went lot by lot, very meticulously to take and predict the build out of these lots and when and where we would need to take and do expansions. Mattocket's been talked about for many years as one of the highest priorities, which was potentially number one on our list. And then you had Somerset Raceway area, Hummock Pond North and South, all of these needs areas. Those projects are progressing basically in the design phases. Everything that we do, say the Surfside area sewers that we just did, the expansion and the new pump station, all has built into that based off the master plan numbers, capacity for that growth, which has been very key. Say if we do a construction project, I'll pick a street, say, well, we're doing Lily Street coming up next. Say that sewer line and that road is an 8-inch main. We will design that road with either a 12-inch main or larger to take in for any kind of future capacity, because maybe we do say Hummock Pond South or North, and we want to take and change the flow instead of going to Surfside Pump Station. Maybe we want it to go to the C Street Pump Station. So we're building capacity into those lines as well for future expansions in the system and potential diversions of where we want to send those flows. That answers that question.
No, it does. Thank you.
And I think this is the first time, Jeremy, you and I have talked, thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn about all of these things.
Come out to the plant anytime for a tour. We'll show you what we do.
Yeah, David, I might take you up on that.
I'd appreciate that.
Joe, thanks, Jeremy. Joe?
I think it's me, Denise. It's Jill.
It's actually
Oh, I'm
Jill.
sorry.
Denise.
I'm sorry. Okay.
David, two questions. Simple. One is about your PFAS testing, if you're still doing that, and, you know, is the state requiring you to do that indefinitely, or you're just doing that on our own as a town? And some of the results of that, you know, what you're seeing. And the other is on the Shimo extension, is that completely finished, or do you still have a few things left for that, or that's done?
I'll answer the second question first. All of our work in the Schimmel project, as far as the town's piece of it, is completed. We still have, I don't know, I would say 90% of everything out there has been connected. There's still a few lots and areas that are either under construction or just haven't connected yet. And one of those reasons have been contractors, getting some of these general contractors. We have a certified list of it. Oh, it's been hard. And, you know, we had given everyone a 2-year limit, knowing full well at the beginning that there wasn't enough contractors. So when that 2-year time period hit, it wasn't like the next day we're going to start finding people. We can't. There's just not enough people to do the work. So we watch that very carefully, and we send reminders to everyone every few months to say, hey, you know, we still know you haven't connected or your permit's expiring, so that we can keep them current. The first part of your question with the PFAS and PFOS testing, we are working very closely with the towns. I'll call it the PFAS task force. It's built up with a bunch of different towns, departments, and we are on our 3rd round of testing. We're getting ready we'll have our 4th round of testing coming in another month. We have been testing all of our influence streams. Anything that comes to the plant was our primary first effort to see what's coming into the facility and if we could pinpoint where that was coming from. So we did testing at every single large pump station that pumped to the plant. We tested septic haulers, we tested carpet cleaners, we tested landfill leachate, brew waste. We tested each individual stream coming in. And the results were interesting, and those results, most of them are available up on the website to find out. We all know that PFAS is in everything. It's in packaging, etc. So it wasn't surprising that we saw it in our influence stream coming in. Carpet cleaners, their waste streams actually were one of the strongest streams that we had, and that goes back to over the years and years and years of everyone using like Scotchgard or other waterproofing chemicals on their furniture and their rugs. And now when the carpet cleaner goes in, they're extracting some of that. So it was anticipated to see numbers like that, and they were pretty high. And landfill leachate was the other one that was high, which we knew. I mean, you can't help but see numbers coming from those streams because you know what's in the products being used.
Yeah.
So now we're in the process now of going into testing our sludge. We're working on a very interesting project right now with PFAS, where PFAS is known to build up more in the foam of a wastewater treatment process. And during the aeration process, we do create a foam. We're finding now that a lot of that process, the PFAS and PFOS may be captured in that foam. And we're trying to come up with ways to extract the foam itself for treatment or destruction. I think treatment will cost us a lot more money in the long run. I think one of our issues here with transportation and everything to try to haul stuff off island, I think destruction technologies are going to be our best way and most economical way going forward. I am working closely with the landfill as they have the same issues. I mean, we don't generate it, we capture it all. So testing will continue for, we need to get at least a couple of years of data. We are not mandated yet to do any reporting on our discharges. That's going to come when we have our new permits issued. Every single wastewater facility in the state is going to have a limit. Whatever that limit's going to be, we don't know yet, because I don't think EPA or DEP know yet. But we are continuing testing, as are we are also continuing COVID testing. So, but the state's paying for that now.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the update and I love seeing your friend there. She was sticking her tongue out. It was awesome.
She went off on her. She's in and out all the time. So
So good. Thanks for all you do, David.
thank you.
David, do you do any other disease detection beyond COVID-19?
No, but there has been discussions of that. However, there's some very specific testing that God, I'm trying to think what one of the other ones were that can only be handled by certain federal laboratories that might be some type of a very highly contagious disease. I think monkeypox and smallpox and stuff like that were some of the ones that can only be tested by the federal government because of potential exposure limits or whatever. But as of right now, we are only doing the COVID testing. But we have started to look at other possibilities in the future.
Right.
Thank you. Any other questions for David? No? Well, David, thank you very much. Thank you again for your patience. It's always a pleasure to see you and to get all the information that you have for us. Thank you so much.
Denise, thank you. And thank you to everyone on the board. And I guess I was offering Jeremy the visit. Anyone who wants to come out, come on out. We'll give you a tour and show you what we do.
That sounds great. Thanks, David. Take care.
Thank you, everybody.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. So we have a break scheduled for 15 minutes, which is ending, which is already ended. So, so my recommendation is everybody grab a coffee and come back so we can get back to sort of on schedule. You know, take about 10 minutes, but let's find ourselves 5 more minutes and let's all be back by latest 10:55, which gives us 12 minutes. Look at that. I've already expanded. So good. Thank you. Okey dokey. It's deceptive today. It looks so nice out and it's freezing.
Haven't been out yet.
It's freezing, trust me on this one.
I believe you.
Peter, are you checking the temperature?
Yeah. 43, 43 it says.
Mm. It doesn't feel like 43. I guess I'm getting more sensitive in
Yeah.
old age.
All of us.
Mm. And I grew up in upstate New York. This should be the equivalent of summer weather for me.
Just a random observation. I think the airport topped the sewer department for capital expenditures this year. I added it up. I think it was $37 million. Even if it's
Well-
most of it's supported by the FAA, it was still a
Right, right.
big number.
It is big numbers.
Yeah.
Did I understand Noah correctly when he said 60,000 combined 60,000 takeoff and landings?
Yes, that's what he said.
Wow. We just figured out that's 200 a day about, right?
Well, I think aren't we the busiest airport in Massachusetts in the summertime or second to
I think
Boston?
in the country in the summertime.
In the country?
I believe so, yeah.
I don't know. I would think the New York airports and Atlanta and Miami, those are big airports.
We are the
So-
we are the second busiest airport in the Commonwealth in the
Yeah,
summertime.
the Commonwealth, yeah.
Is Logan the busiest then?
Yes.
Yes.
So Brian, what would the P and L for the airport look like? I mean, does it make 10%? Does it make 15%? I mean, if you tried to
Joe's
sort of
in the
look at it as a
market for-
standalone?
Well, we do look at it as a standalone and, it probably, this year, I think it was about 6%, 7% up above what their budget was. Thereabouts. I mean, certainly fuel, employment's health, and, I do have to say they've done a tremendous job with, leveraging and being able to lease out, non-aviation land and generate long-term stability in terms of, a varied revenue stream. So. They've
Is
done
that
a good job.
EBITDA, Brian?
Pardon me?
Is that EBITDA? That's not with depreciation, right?
No, we don't count depreciation, so it never factors into my thoughts in the municipal side. If I was on the other side, of course it would, but here. One thing that we don't count, which in the audit counts, would be the cost of OPEB, which in translating these into GAAP, it does, but on a non-GAAP basis, it's probably close to, this year was about 6 to 8% better than we expected.
How much a gallon of aviation fuel do they make?
That I don't know off the top. I don't remember off the top of my head. That's they monitor it daily, and I think the price fluctuates every single day. So they try to keep a static margin, but I don't know exactly what their internal requirement is for that.
Okay, I'm going to bring us back to order. Paul, we are running half an hour behind. So if you want to jump off and come back in at 11:25, or you're more than welcome to stay and watch. But just to give you a heads up that we are running 30 minutes behind at this point.
right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so general fund. Brian, are you leading off, or Libby, are you leading off on general fund?
I believe that the town manager will be leading off, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So
Okay, over to you.
I was going to jump right into town administration and go right to the exceptions.
Fine.
If that's okay, and I'm happy to answer any questions about our goals or initiatives or issues or anything like that. Thank you. We have, as you can see, 7 EIRs for fiscal 24. Our facilities maintenance study relates to how we want to handle facilities maintenance in the town. Right now, we have a division within DPW headed by Paul Berard, who's the Deputy DPW Director for Facilities. And of course, as we've been talking about all morning, it's been very difficult to hire people. So we've just discussed whether or not we should possibly look at the possibility of, is there a firm out there? Could we do a bid for facilities maintenance? And could we break it into different facilities? The town does not have much that's centralized. We have town offices spread about, we have parks buildings spread about, and things like that. So this study will help us look at, is it feasible to have a separate vendor help with facilities, or is there some combination there that we can do? It's kind of a similar study to what we are finishing up right now with a central fleet review. Our professional services increase of $50,000 is mostly relating to select board initiatives. Sometimes the board wants to take a look at something or hire a vendor to study something, and we need to be prepared, depending on if it relates to the strategic plan, to be able to have a little flexibility to hire somebody. Baxter Road relocation. This is, I believe, is an EIR in our current budget for fiscal 23, in the event that we needed additional professional services to help with, and it's not technically relocation of Baxter Road. It's more alternative access. We have a project underway right now with Arcadis to look at and to develop a plan for alternative access to Baxter Road. And as you probably can see or hear, we're trying to step it up a little bit because of what's going on with the Geotube project. However, we don't know how quickly we're going to be able to accelerate it with existing staff resources, because all the staff people involved are also doing a multitude of other things. So this would be in the event that we need additional professional assistance for this effort. Select board strategic planning, that's a good chunk there, and that is mostly relating to employee retention strategies. We don't have them laid out in individual strategies with dollar amounts associated with each one. We are working on an internal employee group to help us identify retention strategies that they think employees might appreciate having and would be enough to make them stay with the town for a period of time. It will also include the succession planning assistance that I mentioned earlier, and potentially housing issues. It's a bit wide ranging, but we're so desperate to try to solve this problem that we felt we needed to just put some money into, as somebody said earlier, throw at it in an organized, thoughtful manner. NCTV additional support services. This, Greg, just remind me if need be, this relates to additional hybrid meetings that we're taking on that we need NCTV's support for. We've added the trailer as an additional location, and there may be other locations to add as we move forward with probably moving to hybrid meetings as a matter of how we handle meetings. Communications office professional services. As you may or may not be aware, we developed a communications plan in the current fiscal year, and it does require some professional assistance for things like professional communications firms that will help us be more transparent with our messaging and our communications to the public. We've already started. We do have some contracts underway in the current fiscal year, but we don't have that money budgeted for next year. So this is what that would be for. DEI professional services. We have this DEI strategic plan underway right now, which we had funding for a couple of years ago. It's on its way to being completed. And this would be for potential workshops or training or other initiatives that are going to be recommended in the plan. Capital items, I'll give this a stab, and Greg or Rick or Brian can supplement if need be. The townwide document management system is an ongoing project. I think this might be the third year of it. And I believe this would be targeted towards, is it Plus Records? Thank you. And their records are, it sounds sort of easy to put everything, to make everything electronic, but it's really not. There's a lot of scanning, and the scanning in and of itself, we maybe don't need to go into the excruciating details, but it needs to be done on site. And doing it on site at the garage area where the plus records are is going to require, I don't know if I'm saying this quite right, hazmat precautions and measures to be taken. A lot of these records have, staples, sticky notes, there's large plans, there's paper clips, all of that has to be dealt with. Coastal resiliency planning, this is an item that the select board has requested be put into our capital plan on an annual, $1 million on an annual basis for projects that either come up or are in the coastal resiliency plan and or the capital plan that relate to coastal resiliency. Don't recall that we have an exact project targeted for fiscal 24, but there is no doubt that something will come up. And or it could help supplement a project that is underway that turns out we don't have enough money for it. EV charging stations, we are hoping to supplement this probably with some grant funding, but we're looking to install EV charging stations at many more areas around the island. Our energy coordinator, Lauren Sinatra, is working right now on a fee schedule for those. They're free right now, but we're realizing that, well, we've already realized that just lets people park all day at them. And we need to not have that happen. So there's a kind of an enforcement issue, but also people take it maybe a little more seriously if they have to pay for it. Greg, Rick, or Brian, is there anything that I missed that you want to add?
Nothing I can think of.
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you, Libby. And on the general fund, it's all of us. There's no lead person, and Joanna has her hand up, so I will go to Joanna.
I think they should bring it.
Hi there. I just have a question about the coastal resiliency money. The $1 million that's in the budget is specifically, I believe, earmarked for Millie's Bridge. And my comment really is that I don't think $1 million is enough. Sitting in those meetings and working on the plan, what I really recognize is not only do we need a little bit more and more money, like I would make a recommendation, but I think that one of the other things that feeds into this is the communications plan. And I don't think I'm saying anything that you don't already know. So I'm wondering if the firm that you hired for communications is also going to be tasked with communicating to the public the projects and what's happening within the coastal resiliency plan.
Thanks, Joanna.
I'm not sure if there is a response to me there, but with respect to Millie's Bridge, I think we are actually looking more at other coastal resiliency measures there to build up the beach area around there for more of a protective barrier. I don't know, Jeff, if Jeff Carlson's on, if you have any more information on that.
Libby, it's Rick.
Oh, thank you, Rick.
Yeah, no, just, I think what I heard was the question is this for Millie's Bridge? This $1 million for coastal resiliency planning is not for Millie's Bridge. It's a separate $1 million request in FY24 for Millie's Bridge work. Well, it may not be enough, and the plan is still under development by Jeff. It is, I just wanted to clarify that it is separate. There's a separate appropriate separate request for Millie's Bridge.
Thank you, Rick. Do you know how much the separate request is for?
Yeah, it's $1 million as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Thanks. Yeah. With this, is this the appropriate part of the day in the general fund conversation to ask about the $1 million in employee housing assistance that we ratified last year and sort of the status of that and what happens to that $1 million if we're not able to deploy it?
When we get to the housing part, we're still on town administration itself.
Okay.
So
I thought that was more of an administration issue, but either way, it's fine with me. Thanks.
It's in the
Thank you.
town housing
And then
office.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Joe?
Are EV charging stations profitable investments? I presume that the electricity sale is something that the town gets a slice of?
Ultimately,
Or are we just giving the electricity away too?
well, ultimately, hopefully the, some of the installation would be offset by grants. And perhaps over time, the fees would help offset that, but the fees are intended to offset the use of the electricity. I'm not sure fees can ever fully 100% cover the whole thing.
Okay, I just assume that, you know, that owners of electric vehicles, you pay for electricity. I just didn't know if the town got a slice of that expense.
Why is the town subsidizing that fuel?
I think partially, and I don't, is Lauren on? We might not have invited.
I
her.
don't think so. But
I think partially because it's a requirement as a green community to have EV charging stations. And I think we want to encourage people to use electric vehicles rather than fossil fueled vehicles for pollution and environmental reasons. And it relates to the board's sustainability goal. Greg, were you going to add something?
I was, the first 6 ports that we put in were paid for by a state grant, which required that the electricity was free and reimbursed by the state for the first 3 years. And now we're at the end of those 3 years. So the energy coordinator is looking at a plan, looking at other communities to recommend something to town administration and the board of how we can charge, not only to create turnover, but to offset the cost or completely pay for the cost of the electricity. The charging stations themselves, I hope, will get covered in the new $400 million grant that the state just issued for electric charging stations, the equipment and the installation. We just haven't applied for it yet, but we hope to get some.
I was just under the impression that when you buy an electric vehicle, you end up prepaying for $1,000 worth of electricity or whatever the heck it is. At least the cars I've looked at, you know, that you sort of end up with a credit card or something that allows you to pay for electricity when you plug into a station at wherever it is on the highway and I just assumed that there was therefore, you know, whoever supplies electricity gets some of that money. Anyway.
I drive an electric vehicle and I have a card and I put money on it. So when I'm off island, if it's a charging station that requires a payment, it just comes off that card and I get notified when the card runs low. Our program here has been free and that'll probably change in the next year. And then you'll be required to pay as you go.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Libby, one thing occurred to me, you know, from a facilities management, trying to find a firm, I'm wondering if the town even has enough to make it economically interesting for anyone to even bother to bid on it. But what if you added in other big buildings like NHA and the Dreamland, and realizing they're not town, but maybe there's a partnership opportunity there to spread to have more work available to make it more interesting for someone from off island to actually want to do it. Because each one pays differently, like Eagan Maritime, Mariah Mitchell. I mean, everybody's paying for facilities management. And what if the biggest buildings on island collectively pooled it rather than just the town? Something to think about.
Yeah, that may be something we can have our consultant take a look at.
Yeah, yeah. To say how many more buildings would you have to add in order to get somebody who'd be willing to bid on it? So, okay.
I will just say, Denise, that we a little bit have tried that with landscaping.
Okay.
And what we found is we had to break up the properties because there wasn't a landscaper who was able to take on all of them.
Right.
Buildings are a little different, but I don't know. It's something to ask our consultant.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Libby before we move on to housing department? Because that's what's up next, at least on my schedule. And no, so Maria, can we please see housing, and we'll jump right to Tucker. We'll jump right to the exceptions page to kind of keep us on track. And then people can, of course, ask you about other stuff.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think as the town manager had noted a moment ago regarding the different properties that we are managing with respect to town employees and so forth, that is slated to add a rental property manager to the department. In addition, there are monies allocated toward additional rentals in order to address the need of being able to hire for key positions. The rental subsidy program, which Mr. Glowacki had asked about a moment ago. So a work group had been put together to assess how that program could be implemented. A lot of work has gone into that. It's not been an easy path to actually being able to implement it. We had gone down a road with one third-party entity that we thought could handle this for us. Some complications emerged, and we have since identified a different party which could implement this on behalf of the town. We then have had a meeting with the unions, to representatives from each of the unions, including the school, to go over the program with them and ultimately get their buy-in to it. So we are in the process of getting them back some answers to questions that they had, and hopefully getting their blessing to be able to move forward with it starting in February. Finally, on the list is capital items related to the bonding authority that generally gets associated with Article 10.
Okay, thank you, Tucker. Questions for Tucker? Chris, did this answer your question in respect of the $1 million? Okay, great.
It did, well, I guess just maybe a follow-up question. We'll get an update then on the sort of what the program, the specifics of the program when in that February timeframe, Tucker?
Absolutely. We will be coming back to the finance committee before the program, goes out. At this juncture, we're really trying to get the union buy-in to the concept.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay. If nothing else for Tucker, then over to Brian in finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Maria will take us to the exceptions, and then I'll talk about a couple other pieces that do end up in finance. So we do have a new personnel request in that town administration advanced. And first of all, before I get into all of this, I do want to thank town administration, especially the town manager, for her support of finance through this process. And building the budgets is never easy, and we certainly appreciate all of the time and energy and effort that the town manager puts into helping all the departments. So thank you. We have requested an additional accounting clerk for the department. Last year, you recall that the Treasury Department we requested an additional position there to help us process the cash receipts postings. There's really two sides in municipal finance to the cash receipts posting. There's a Treasury side, and then there's the accounting side, which must remain independent of each other. We process over 9,000 cash receipts posting in a year, and with some turnover in the office, we have kept up, but we would be able to accomplish a lot more if we had somebody dedicated to focusing and working with Treasury on these postings, if there's errors in the deposits or where they're going. So we have requested that position, and town administration has recommended it to be put forth. Then the other item that we have requested really ties to the software and the process that we're using now. We have really tried to leverage OpenGov for many, many more things modules that they have. One of which is a procurement module. So we've seen an increase in the cost of the annual commitment and support from OpenGov. And we did also implement a new debt module to help us manage the GASB 87 lease compliance. So all told, we're spending approximately about $65,000 more now than we have over the last few years. And I certainly think it's been money well spent in terms of what the department has been able to accomplish with the budgeting and making this whole process easier for not only the departments, but for hopefully for the FinCom as well. Maria, if you could just go up just very briefly, these aren't exceptions because they're already built into the budget annually. Right there is perfect. Debt service and general insurance and retirement. Debt service has gone up because in August we took a very large amount of outstanding bans and debt that was coming due in October, and under municipal rules, we can sell in advance, 120 days in advance of the due date, and we tried to take advantage of a period in the market where it appeared to be the most favorable to permanently finance all of that debt. Most of it, a lot of it, the debt service annually that was put on in that time frame was related to some affordable housing projects and also some sidewalk improvement plan projects that we decided to leverage the timing of. Retirement is increasing. That is basically on a schedule from the PARAC, which is the Public Employees Retirement oversight. They do analysis, and then they work with Barnstable County Retirement, which we're a member of, and that's on a schedule that increases approximately 8.5% every year through 2038. General insurance is projected to increase approximately 18.5%. I've been in numerous meetings the last few days trying to work through that process. We unfortunately suffer the fate of most of our policies being lumped in with brokers who do a large book of business in the southeast portion of the United States or the western part of the United States, which have been suffered extreme catastrophic losses, and therefore we do suffer or bear some of the increases relative to that, and including our location. We still can't convince them of the fact that we are in a, regardless of being 30 miles out to sea, we're still in a favorable location to hopefully have less of an impact or less catastrophic losses than they experience. And then group insurance, which is a health insurance, is increasing slightly over last year's budget. As I note during the meetings, and I think in discussion with FinCom, Madam Chair, the budgeted number for this year will end up lower than what we had originally put in the budget due to more analysis as we get closer to the rate set through the rate setting process. We expect the same scenario in this year. The number this year is budgeted on the actual census, which is the most up-to-date way we can do it. And then we include an allocation for unbudgeted, or the new budgeted positions, excuse me, in 24, as well as the open positions in 23. So I just wanted to make note of those because those never end up in the exceptions part because they're already built into the budget as annual commitments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brian. And, just for the benefit of the Finance Committee, in case they didn't see the select board the other night when you were talking about debt service and what Nantucket is able to borrow versus what it has borrowed. Could you just kind of illuminate everyone on that, please?
So currently the town has 361 million authorized on the books that has not been permanently borrowed and gone long. There's about 70 million in bonds currently outstanding coming due in either June or October. Permanently financed debt across the entire town, which does include all the enterprise funds, which are backed by the full faith and credit of the town as well, is 186 million. The general fund accounts for 113 million of that entire debt, and the enterprise funds account for the remaining 73 million, of which the sewer is 47 million of that, is what I explained to the select board. Moody's consistently does recognize that we have an exceptionally low debt service to equalized value ratio, which is something that they look for in their ratings, and they have always noted how ours is extremely low. And so.
Thank you, Brian. Jeremy?
Sorry, I had to hit the unmute button. Just back to the insurance for a second. You said that it seemed as if we are spending 16, 17 million a year on insurance. And yet you mentioned that the brokerage universe that we use is skewed to experience in the Southeast. Why not, with such a large number, go directly to Lloyd's in London?
So we're conflating two different ones, Jeremy. So
okay,
$16 million is the health insurance number.
Oh, okay.
The property insurance number. The property insurance, we currently are part of what's known as APIP, which is the largest municipal program in the entire country, which basically gobbles up the top 15 or 20 producers for property insurance. And we have tried previously. Some of them do not want to talk to us because they're already in that program. We're insuring about $365 million worth of property value, which most likely would require probably a minimum of 5 to 6 participants to cover the magnitude of the potential losses there. We're currently interviewing, potentially going to a new broker to try to come up with a potentially better strategy on how to do this and market it. But there's not a lot of, we have tried before, and we actually put everything out to bid, I think 4 years ago, and went to the entirety of the market, to Lloyd's, to many of the much as larger as Lloyd or larger than Lloyd's carriers, and none of them were interested in insuring our book of business.
Okay.
Anything else for Brian, or we'll move on to human resources? Okay, Amanda, you're up.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
We can move right to the exceptions as well. So I have 3 items, and I know Libby and Brian have spoken a little bit about recruitment intention this morning already. The first item, professional services, 30,000. Part of that, which is 20,000, is for our recruitment and applicant tracking software called NeoGov. So we have a system that we use for applicant tracking and also to track onboarding for our new employees. There's also a piece of this 30,000, which is 10,000, that is allocated for our pre-employment requirements, such as pre-employment physicals. And some of our employees also require pre-employment inoculations, and that's part of that expense there. For employee recognition, we're proposing this increase to cover our annual appreciation event and other related employee trainings that are related to the succession planning as well, that Libby has touched on this morning. For other recruiting expenses, 30,000 would be money to cover a recruiting firm to help us recruit for key positions in the town. In our succession planning study, there are about 11 out of the 30 positions that we could possibly be recruiting for in the next year, or they're retirement eligible. So that's what part of those expenses are.
Thank you, Amanda. Any questions for Amanda? Joe?
Just curious, I know anecdotally that we have a few town employees that actually live on the Cape and either commute or commute weekly. Do you have, Amanda, do you have any idea how many employees are actually living off the island? Number one, and number two, the issue about trying to find jobs that can be done remotely. Have we been able to identify jobs, and are there people that are working remotely either on island, not in the office, or off the island?
Yes, we do. I think we only have a handful of employees that live off the island, so I'd say like less than 10. And there are various levels of commuting. So some employees live a far distance from Nantucket, so they only come maybe once a month. There are others that commute Monday through Friday to work on the island, but there's not a significant number of commuters right now. But we do have additional requests for remote work. So either we've hired somebody that lives on the island, they've lost their housing, they need to move off island, and we're trying to make accommodations in those situations.
Thanks, Amanda.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Joe. Any other questions? In which case, thank you. Jeremy?
Yeah, Amanda, if you're paying for a professional services search firm for your positions, is there any merit in trying to coordinate that with the other departments that we've heard of from today, such as the police department? Or are they such disparate skill sets that you need different firms?
So that 30,000 would be for like a department head position. So for the police department, like their recruitment for their police officer positions, this would not be for like those type of positions. It would just be department head level recruitment. If I answer your question correctly.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thanks, Amanda. Karen, you're up next.
Good morning, everybody. We will go to the exceptions. So we don't have a lot this year for the IT department for professional services of $132,395. The $32,000 and change is for our annual 5% increase for services and software for anticipated expense increases. The $100,000 is for an IT assessment and strategic plan. This was done last in 2016, so it's time to do it again so that we can put together an adequate long-term strategic plan for the department. For capital, we have $50,000, which is an every other year request to maintain our network infrastructure. This includes our switches, routers, wiring, and all services required to maintain the invisible part of the network that you don't see, but ensures that it runs at, adequately. Replace town computers is an annual request. It has been increased to $69 to take into consideration increases for equipment. And this is for our desktops and laptops for our staff.
Thank you, Karen. Questions for Karen? I'm going to do a commercial for Karen. Everybody do your cybersecurity training. Everybody do it. Don't skip it.
Absolutely.
Everybody do it. That's my
We
commercial.
actually get asked all the time, Madam Chair, when we go through for cyber insurance, are people completing it and are you doing it? So it's critically important for us.
And we have just started our next set of trainings. Jordan has sent that out to everybody, and yes, please do complete it.
They're due February 17th, FYI.
My compliments to Jordan. He's a very nice person, and as someone who failed one of his gall darn fishing tests, I went back and did my penance. So
thank you for admitting that.
I tried to argue that I didn't, but he wouldn't let me get away with it. So he's a very nice guy. So.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Jeff, you're up.
All right, good morning, everybody. I guess we got a lot of stuff in front, and I'm sure everyone read it, so we'll just skip to our exceptions too. We only have one this year, and our operating items, we're due for some equipment replacement and upgrades down at the Brant Point Shellfish Hatchery. We have some lighting needs and some sterilization needs for biosecurity purposes that we are looking to add in this year and do some replacements. So that's our only operating increase this year. We do have a lot of capital items this year, though. We got a lot of activities going on through coastal resiliency and other things and water quality. So obviously the project that was touched on earlier by Joanna and Rick, the Millie's Bridge Structural Sustainability and Access Project is the $1 million that's in. We're going into phase 2 of Myacomet Pond dredging. That's the actual physical dredging of that pond. We just put our consultant under contractor in the process of for the design and permitting of that, and have partnered up with the Nantucket Islands Land Bank to get that project done. We're also underway this number 3, the harbor plans implementation. We're currently in the harbor plan update process with our contractors, Urban Harbors. That committee is actually kicking off here in the next week to get started and get that update underway. And this money will be used to help implement the goals from that. Number 4 is one that departmentally we're pretty excited about, our baseline environmental data program, where we've kind of assembled all of what we feel is necessary environmental data to fuel everything from grant applications to future budget requests to meet plan requirements. And it's kind of a comprehensive look at water quality, habitat metrics like eelgrass coverage and bay scallop population numbers and other shellfish populations, starting into stormwater sampling, which is something that we really haven't done too much of in the past. And then also kind of ramping up a groundwater monitoring program to measure what's getting into our surface waters and also get some data back to folks like Myacomet and really start to put together some management options, more neighborhood by neighborhood or area of impact to get a little bit more bang for our buck and really have some data-driven management options that have really measurable results at the end. You know, we've always felt that you need that data up front. So that's what that's in for. And then obviously the last one's pretty self-explanatory for Pulpus and Madigan harbors. They're in need of some dredging, and that obviously takes permitting and planning to do. So that money has been put in to work on those projects in conjunction with the Harbor Master's Office to make sure those water bodies are navigable. So that's really it for us, trying to keep it brief.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? I guess there's no questions. It's very clear. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Much appreciated.
Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Plus, doing plus, is it Leslie or is it?
Yep.
Okay. Hi,
I'm
Leslie.
here today. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Okay, so we only have two exceptions and they're both personnel related. The first one is an increase in our overtime budget. We consistently spend at least $50,000 in overtime because we are, an office that deals with regulatory boards, and there's work that has to be done and has to be done in a timely manner. So it's important that we have the funding available to pay the staff to get that done when they need to work extra hours. So we usually spend at least $50,000. Our current budget is $30,000, so we're asking for 15 more. That would be closer in line with actual spending over the past several fiscal years. Our other request is for the senior planner position. This is a position that's been vacant for quite some time. It's been funded and not filled and unfunded, and so we'd like to fund that again. It's a position that's important for our long-term planning. That's what that person would be more focused on, and in helping our land use specialists and other staff with some of their more complicated work.
Great. Thank you. Questions for Leslie? I guess you're off the hook as well, Leslie. Thank you very
all.
much. Thanks a
Thank you.
lot. Okay, Nancy.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks
Morning.
for your time on this, all your time on this Saturday. I just have operating expense overrides on, not overrides, but increases. Two of them. One is $9,500 for additional high-speed tabulator and poll pad. You may remember if you voted in November, which I'm sure you all did, that we had the first use of poll pads, which are approved by the state of Massachusetts and sold in maintenance through the company that is also approved by the state for our tabulators. And we have purchased 4 of those, I believe, and we found that we needed one more sort of administratively when people have an issue with their name on the list or a change of address or whatnot. We found that we really could use one more. And now the LHS, which again sells through a state contract, our tabulators, has another tabulator model that is coming out this year that will process the ballots quicker than the other new ones we have. And they're having sort of a trade-in programs, which they have yet to release the details on, but we want to participate in that and try to get the latest model for a bit of higher speed. And then our second item here is just our vital records, an additional $10,000. We've had contracts with CoFile out of Vermont to bind our vital records for probably 25 years. And so this is a continuation of that, but we find that really hasn't been properly funded. And of course, costs are increased, and we spend in the area of approximately 10,000, sometimes a little less per year. So this is just to properly fund that contract renewal going forward. And that's all I have for you today.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. Questions for Nancy? Joe.
Nancy, I'm just sort of curious whether you or your staff in the clerk's office or any of our volunteers or people who work at elections have had to deal with any threats or unpleasantness in terms of, voter fraud.
A lot of, during election time, some angry phone calls sometimes about processes, not really anything, thankfully, here on Nantucket on the level of a threat. I know that some of my fellow Massachusetts clerks have. A clerk was actually accosted in an office this past fall, which is kind of shocking, but I'm not sure the exact details on that. But mainly, it is a lot more very detailed questioning of processes. And I think what people sometimes don't understand is that the processes we follow are legislated by the state of Massachusetts. The way we do things, the way we test our tabulators, everything we do is approved and directed by the Commonwealth. We're not just, deciding on our own willy-nilly how to do these things. So,
Thank you,
but
Nancy.
overall,
Appreciate it.
Nantucket voters, you're welcome, are very supportive, I would say.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the additional complexity you had this year and for handling it so professionally.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Denise.
Okay, have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Libby, are you culture and tourism?
Yep,
That's what I thought.
thank you. Chantal had to go away for a family emergency. Oh, she doesn't even have anything.
There you go.
But I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
So I know Chantal has gotten some emails about, which I think she handled brilliantly, about influencers, and we don't want to be attracting influencers to this island. And I just want to give full shout out, although she's not here, for how professionally she handled what I felt were inappropriate emails and comments on that topic. So
Thank you. I will pass that along. She is indeed fantastic at that kind of thing.
yeah, okay, good. Health and Human Services, Roberto.
Good morning.
Roberto, I'm not used to you doing a presentation without R factors in it, but you go right ahead.
Well, we have one little R factor here, the volunteer coordinator. So this is a part-time position that we're adding to the human services side of the house here, where they're going to really, we have a lot of volunteers that we work with human services, including expanding things like the passport program. I don't know if you've known, over the last few weeks, the passport program has been on a hiatus. We're hoping to bring that back online this coming month. This position will be helping with that, as well as coordinating a lot of the work that happens at the Salt Marsh Center. It's only a part-time position. We're going to be testing it out to make it work. And then in preparation for some retirements, also work this position into the succession plan. And that's really it.
Thank you. Questions for Roberto? Roberto, I don't think maybe not every member of the Finance Committee understands the breadth of what Health and Human Services is. So I realize we're running a little bit behind. So Paul, be patient, please. But if you could do a 2-minute, folks, we do all these things.
Oh boy, real quick. We do housing inspections, food inspections, water inspections, tobacco inspections, well inspections, septic system inspections, plan reviews for some building plans when there's a septic system involved. We do plan reviews for all food establishments, including food trucks, and that's just on the environmental health side. Another section of the environmental health is we do emerging contaminants research and discussion, like the PFAS work that we've been working with David on. We have an environmental contamination officer, Michael Maynard. He is one of our commuters, but he is actually doing tremendous work on getting ahead of policy for all of our PFAS related work and other emerging contaminants, because PFAS isn't the only one that we're going to have to start paying attention to. On the community health side, we have a public health nurse, Heather Francis. We have a per diem public health nurse, Keziah Duarte. They provide vaccinations, disease investigation, everything from tuberculosis to COVID. And we do have tuberculosis cases on the island. We do have COVID, flu, RSV, all the sexually transmitted illnesses, tick-borne illnesses. They do all that investigation. We also run the Human Services Center, which is the Salt Marsh, the Council on Elder Affairs, the Council on Aging, the Contract Review Committee, the Council on Human Services, the Board of Health. We have a member on the Cannabis Control Advisory Commission. We have a member of the Board of Health on the there's another one that I'm blanking out on. We have the genetically modified organisms committee.
Short-term rentals.
I'm sorry?
Short-term rentals. That's something
And
that-
now, rolling it all up into short-term rentals as well. And that is, I hope, 2 minutes, but probably longer.
That was perfect. Thank you, Roberto. I just think it's important that everybody understands what is under that purview of
Yeah.
that department. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me, put that breath out there. It is a lot of work.
Yeah, and you keep our island safer because of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions about the general fund for Brian or Libby before we move on to DPW? And seeing none, okay. Paul, you're up.
Paul Berard, the Deputy Director of the DPW. Let's see, are we going to go straight to the exemptions?
I think, well, let's go back. I actually want to go back to DPW and the accomplishments. Because I also think it's important, current year and accomplishments and issues, because I think that helps frame what the exceptions are. So if you could just pick a couple highlights
Yeah.
here, Paul. Thank you.
So in the last year, we have Stephen Arshaw, which is our new Deputy Director. I'm filling in his place right now. We've been doing a lot of DPW campus improvements, just as far as infrastructure goes and cleaning up the campus. We now have Parks and Rec Manager, Charlie Plackey, who is really growing that program and giving it a lot of strength and organization and development. His focus alone on the Parks and Rec has been a great way to contribute to the DPW. We are constantly growing when we're looking at road maintenance, sidewalk improvements, grading, dirt paths. There's an endless amount of road improvements and travel ways that we're constantly looking at. It is a massive effort. Our tree program is in full swing. I don't know if anyone has been near the Nantucket Hotel recently, but we recently just removed a 170-year-old original American elm. It was leaning into the road and had to come down. But again, we did that internally with our crew, and it's a great accomplishment. Our Dale told us it took 175 years to grow, and it took 6 hours for us to take it down. This is great. We have a long-term solid waste plan that we are constantly working on. George is a great consultant with the town. We work very closely with Waste Options, making sure that that place is operating properly. And we just continue to prioritize our internal structure, developing a fleet management with a central team. And I off the top of my head with this list in front of me, if there's anything you'd like me to elaborate on.
That's great, Paul, and we can just go right now to the exceptions. Thank you, Maria.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to begin with, we're looking to grow our team, specifically facilities technicians. It's my wheelhouse. The town is responsible for about 45 town-owned buildings. That doesn't include the buildings that we rent, and it also doesn't include the assets that we manage. Some big ones are Wisconsin Flagpole, Wisconsin Footbridge, Main Street Water Fountain. We do all the boardwalks, barricades across the island. So we're looking to grow our team, because right now we do all that with 3 laborers. Adding 2 more people to the crew really would help improve our efforts in maintaining these assets. Let's see here. The next one is for the Central Fleet Clerk. Again, this is an effort to develop a central fleet here at the DPW. This would be a junior mechanic that would also take on logistic duties. Administrative assistant for the central fleet team that covers key control, dispatch, logistics, material handling, organization. They would be a dedicated administrative support to the central fleet team. And they are needed to ensure quality data management, as well as improve efficiency in underlying administrative processes that central fleet depends on. Let's see, operating expenses. So with, I believe all of these again are part of a Western Sampson study where we're trying to develop a central fleet program here at the DPW. The first one here, repair and maintenance of vehicles for $100,000. This is parts, again, part of the Western Sampson study. At the moment, DPW has 30 vehicles. The average age of the vehicles are between 8 and 10 years old. We also have 17 large pieces of equipment, such as road graders, front end loaders, not to mention lawnmowers, weed whackers, small engine pieces of machinery. Most of our equipment lives outside, which alone increases maintenance and decreases lifespan. Internally at the DPW, our estimated value of our fleet is about $4.2 million. With the development of a central fleet, we'll be adding vehicles from other departments, to name some, plus finance, natural resources, town admin, the assessor's office, police department, fire department, harbor master, health department, IT, our island, home business services, and sewer. And the reason that I read all of those is because that'd be an addition of about 55 to 62 vehicles, approximately worth $5.5 million. The total estimated replacement value of the fleet then would be about 9.7 million. So the development of central fleet needs to reflect the how these vehicles at DPW, the budget obviously needs to reflect the added cost. The next one with maintenance and repair of equipment. This would cover anything as far as lawnmowers, bobcats, generators, loaders, anything that isn't like a traditional vehicle. Also hydraulics, winches, EV car chargers, snow and ice and equipment. Keep those roads nice and clear. Central Fleet Professional Services. This is for specially trained professionals for assessment and inspection of our vehicles. We're asking $30,000. This is when we would bring a third-party member in to come over here, or specifically if we had to send equipment off to get inspected and for them to assess it for us. Consumables, oil, lubricant, tire, everything that goes into all of these equipment. Again, just because we're growing our fleet here, what we're responsible for, these are just things that have to go into it. Travel for when a vehicle has to go off for maybe warranty repair, or maybe something that we cannot do in-house. We do have to send these off island sometimes. Also for personnel to go with them when this happens. Moving on to capital, we have a few.
Paul, you don't need to go through each one.
I don't.
No, I'm sure you're prepared to, and you
I
don't.
love being over prepared.
And you don't need to. I think I would hit the big ones. I would hit number 7, number 8, and number 9. And then if the committee wants to hear more about the other ones, of course, I'll ask them to ask you. So let's do 7, 8, and 9, please.
Yeah, no problem. Wanna Road use multipath. This is number 7, I believe. Yep. So this is $4,610,000. This project received 2 federal land access program grants in 2016 and 18, respectively. This is to design and construct a path between Pulpus Road and the Wanawinnet Gatehouse. Earlier this month, the select board approved a memorandum of agreement with the Federal Highway Administration's Eastern Federal Land Highway Division to begin design work for the path. The staff estimates that the project will cost $4.5 million based on comparable projects. The requested amount is approximately the concept estimate less the amount that has already been put aside for this project. The grant awards are reimbursable, so a pot was set aside from the original award a few years back at town meeting. Staff has received a lot of correspondence on this project, and a summary of it is available on the town website. So I see Libby smiling, I must be doing well. Surfside area road reconstruction. This is number 8. There are several complex roadway reconstruction design efforts that include a redesign of the road, drainage, side paths, water main project occurring in the area west of Nantucket Memorial Airport, bordered by Lovers Lane to the west, Orkawa Avenue to the south, and Monahans to the east. It sounds like I'm reading off a script. I am. The roadway projects are continuation of Boulevard roadway reconstruction and side path project that began in 2017. Additional funding is required to complete phases 2 to 4. It is a four-phase project. I'll tell you what phase 2 and 4 are. Phase 2 is Lovers Lane with a cost estimate of $6,740,000. It consists of 6,000 feet of Lovers Lane reconstruction. Phase 3 will be Orkawa with a cost estimate of $2.3 million. And that is 2,400 feet of road reconstruction. Phase 4 is Monahans, which is an estimated cost of $4 million. There'll also be a side path the entire length, including trails through the state forest and a closed storm drain system. It's be great because that means it's all under the ground. It's nothing that would be able to see, be invisible. Number 9, Nantucket playing fields. You said you wanted to hear about that, correct? I see nodding.
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, it's okay. So this is part of the Parks and Rec master plan. The scope of work includes the construction of 1 additional natural grass field and the renovation of 2 other grass fields. The renovation includes drainage, irrigation, and playing surface and root zone improvements. The scope also includes site improvements such as additional parking, benches, bleachers, bike racks, soccer goals, and trash receptacles. So with that being said.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. And so questions for Paul?
Yeah, who's on this with me, Denise?
It's you and I, Chris, so I'll let you,
Want me to
you're,
start?
yep.
All right.
So off you
Morning,
go.
morning, Paul. Thanks for being here. And
Yeah, thank you.
you're just the guy for my first question, which has to do with the building maintenance. And my question was going to be, I guess it's non-payroll expense at $257,000 that's staying flat in this year's budget. And generally, and I guess I'm glad to hear you're hiring. My question was going to be, are we keeping up? And it sounds like no, we're not. But now we're going to hire, and will we be able to keep up at that point? And how would you characterize sort of the current status of the maintenance of the buildings? Do we have a lot of catching up to do? And deferred maintenance that we're going to address?
So I've worked with the facilities department within DPW since I believe it began. Before that, I'm not exactly sure what the maintenance programs of the buildings were, but I do know that we inherited a lot of projects, and most of our buildings are quite old. They're all at the age where, improvements are having to be made. And everything that we do internally for these buildings is something that we didn't have to contract out. It's something that we didn't have to pay a vendor. And what we do is expensive. So growing that department, as far as like a fiscal responsibility for the town, I really see that. But also, each one of these buildings does have a lot of things that needs improved. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them need more work than others. But having an internal facilities department, just with the number of work orders that I'm sitting next to right now, it's an absolute necessity. And whether or not there'd be a program that would subsidize that, whether it be contractors or something that we reach out for maybe more advanced work, working in partnership with them really is going to protect these assets.
Okay, thanks. The rest of my questions are really around the capital, and I'm not to second guess all the great work the capital program committee does, but I did have some questions I think probably the full committee of the finance committee should hear about. If I understood it correctly, there was an ask for $3 million in road improvements, and the capital program committee recommended $2 million, which is a pretty dramatic difference. And I don't know if you have this information, Paul, or not, in terms of kind of what the delta is there and what we're giving up.
Let me just pull up my notes. If finance or town admin would like to chime in.
Town admin recommended the 2 million, Chris, because we do have funding that we can use through chapter 90 to offset some of that additional request. And it is.
Oh, so, okay, and I was gonna ask about the footnote next. So that's incremental to the 2, the additional funding.
Yes.
I thought it was part of the 2, the way, but thank you.
No,
for
it is not part of the 2.
correction on that.
We get funding every year from chapter 90 that we would supplement that, so.
Got it, thank you. Multi-path, multi-use path maintenance. We've had a lot of good conversation this year about the multi-use paths and how much pressure they're under. You know, with different speed vehicles and everything else. And I would imagine that keeping the pucker brush off those things is pretty important from a safety perspective. Is the $1 million enough? Are we doing enough in that regard?
So the plans are various and they'll depend on location, but the project is related to an annual ongoing maintenance and improvement plan that the DPW kind of sets up internally. We've kind of set aside main focuses that we could contribute this year. Those are the Pulpus and Milestone fog sealing. We're looking at $250,000 for that. Various spots of repair totaling $275,000. I don't have those spots in front of me, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Old South Road bike path, it's a very busy route that needs about $65,000 worth of improvements. Also money to pay Beta and engineering and construction oversight for these projects. The remaining balance could be used for miscellaneous bike path work. But there is a plan in place for using these funds over the next year.
Thanks. I saw Livia say come off mute during that.
I was just going to mention that the DPW itself does do things like brush cutting.
Okay.
And they're very actively doing that now on Milestone and Pulpus.
And so, Libby, do you have anything to add on, like, are we doing enough there? Or we keeping up? I mean, because I think you've heard all the conversation, right? We've had about concerned about safety on.
Yep. I think they're really getting at it with the brush cutting, and that's always a major complaint. But as we know, again, we don't want to sound like a broken record. It will take more people to do it all. But
Okay.
We're doing.
Thanks on that. And then one last small thing. I noticed that there was a request for 10,000 in maintenance to the Sconset footbridge that was pushed off a year. I presume that's not structural work it needs.
The Sconset footbridge, actually, I don't recall quite what the $10,000 is, but we are hoping to get that structure repaired in the current fiscal year. There are some structural issues with it. Nothing that's going to make somebody fall in the middle of it or anything like that. But there is a capital project underway currently. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, there's a bid out to be able to hire a contractor to make the recommended repairs based on the Vertex report that was done. And I just wanted to respond, Chris, to the discussion about the multi-use pass. The $1 million is actually $750,000 more than we allocated in the meeting for last year. Last year's town meeting, we allocated $250,000 towards that effort. So this is a substantial increase in trying to continue that effort. So
Great. I appreciate that context. And while you're on, Brian, I had one more question for you. You schooled me last year on snow plowing, that is the one area we can go above budget. I'm going to completely jinx us right now and say that if we don't,
please don't.
If we don't spend the $80,000, does that get reallocated in the department or go back?
No, if we don't actually, if that money is not spent in any way, we would let any budgetary difference fall to free cash. We wouldn't.
Thanks. That's all I have, Denise. Thanks.
I had nearly the same question, so I have no more questions for Paul. Any other questions from the rest of the committee? If not, Paul, thank you for standing in for Stephen. You did a very good job.
Oh, thank you. It was a real privilege to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. And again, apologies for running late, but thank you for your patience. Thanks a lot. Okay, solid waste, I think, is Libby or Brian.
I think I drew the short straw.
Brian,
Okay,
I would never do as good of a job as George, so hopefully the committee has read all of these goals
Yep.
and initiatives, and if they have questions, we can certainly answer them, but if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, we'll go through the exceptions.
yes, please, Brian.
Okay, thank you. So in this year's budget, we do have some operational expense exceptions or increases that we have put into the budget. Collection and disposal of professional services increase. This budget does the professional services line in the solid waste budget does hold not only professional services, including legal consulting time, which is George Aronson, who we're very lucky to have in helping us manage through many of the intricate issues that we deal with in managing a solid waste facility. The majority of that line item increase is strictly related to operational contractual increases related to the waste services agreement that we have with Waste Options, and which is strictly based on the amount of material that is being sent off island or being disposed of. Same with collection and disposal of freight increase, contractual increases for the disposal and delivery of the material off island. We are experiencing in this year's budget extreme increases in the cost of disposal on the other side, on the off island. As a point, we did already do one increase to the commercial operators for C&D, and subsequent to that, that was done in September through Waste Options, and they've come back to us and said that prices have already increased more than what we had put in the original increase. So we are certainly bearing the brunt of how expensive it is to be able to dispose of the waste material that's generated. And then professional services for the recycling, the MRF is just tied to, we allocate some of the consultants' time to the recycling and the professional services related to that, and as well as household hazardous waste days. Capital items for the landfill. As you may remember, a couple of years ago, we allocated $14 million through a debt exclusion for the phase 1 landfill closure. Subsequent reviews and analysis as we've slowly begun moving through that process have indicated that the cost now is approaching $19 million. So on the annual town meeting warrant, there'll be a supplemental funding request for $5 million. It would be consistent and be done as a debt exclusion. Purchase of a third baler at the materials recovery facility, $380,000. This will help streamline and make the operations more efficient there. So that was something that Waste Options had discussed, and George in our discussions thinks it would certainly benefit the operations on a go-forward basis. I think this was even a comment somewhere out in the public about a second scale for the transfer station, which ironically enough, we had been discussing through the year. This would potentially make the operations more efficient and potentially reduce some of the backlog at the scale during the busy time in the summer months, but also provide us a redundancy in the event that something happened in that scale had to go down for a period of time for maintenance or any operational issues. And then in this 2022 annual town meeting, we allocated money to begin design and review of the paving and the stormwater, if any issues with stormwater at the facility, and we would like to, with that design, be able to work into phase 1 and 2 construction of paving and a stormwater improvement plan at the location itself. And if Libby has anything to add, it would be great.
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay, so this is over to Joanna and Joe, though I do believe Joanna is now off, unavailable. So Joe?
All righty. First, the first question, just so I understand, in the budget on OpenGov, account number 53100 within that line item for fiscal year 24, Brian, was 9.725 million. I assume that's the Waste Options contract fee?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so the 11.8% increase is just our best guess at what our obligation out of that contract is going to be if current trends continue.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The overall expense budget for fiscal year 24, and again, hopefully I wrote down the right numbers, 14.15 million, up about 6%. The revenue that funds that expense budget is only, if I'm reading it right, only 11 million, and is actually down 11%. So
It's about
Seems to me the
3,700,000.
expenses and the revenue are going a different direction. How do you fund that gap?
So that gap should be $3,750,000 there, I believe is what it is. And as we presented to the select board in the beginning of the process in September, as well as in the December budget presentation, and you will see it in the warrant as a ballot question, we will be asking for a $3,750,000 operational permanent override to fund that potential delta.
And that's okay. That's in addition to the fact that most of the the revenue is already transferred from the general fund.
That is on
Okay.
top of the 6.8 million, I think it is off the top of my head, Joe, that is transferred from the general fund already.
Yep.
Revenue is slightly down based on the fact that we have typically been a little bit conservative on what we think will be delivered from the revenue side of the operation. But also because we do have very limited, if no ability to really raise or adjust the fees to account for much based on the way our current waste service agreement is managed and handled.
There are two open positions, solid waste manager and solid waste coordinator. With the waste options contract, ending in about roughly 2 years, they seem to be pretty critical jobs. Can you give us an update on where the hiring for those positions are?
Sure. The manager position has been advertised, and there was a large applicant pool, which I believe they are working through the process to identify the most viable and best candidate. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Libby, that after that candidate is identified and onboarded, we would then potentially seek to hire the recycling coordinator.
Correct. And it's the second time we went out for the solid waste manager.
Okay. Those are I thought my key questions. So
Thanks, Joe.
let anybody else ask that wants to.
Joanna, I do see that you're on. Sorry, I didn't see it before. Do you have any questions?
Thanks, Denise. What I was really thinking about was mostly the same things that Joe asked, but I guess back to the capital, and I'm sorry I didn't hear the whole conversation. I've just joined about 10 minutes ago. In terms of the planning for the future, are there outside consultants being hired? I guess that's my question.
So in planning for the future, we certainly utilize KP Law to advise us on the legal issues as we move forward in planning for the future. Town administration has created an internal a solid waste long-term planning group that is comprised of, I think, and Joe is on that along with myself, Libby, and other members of town administration, as well as George Aronson from from CMRC, who has been the consultant to the town for a long term and has provided invaluable advice and resources to help us manage through this. It's not an easy thing to manage through, but we certainly take it serious and are trying to work through the myriad of issues.
And do you think that by next year at this time, you'll have like a plan?
I think that by next year at this time, we probably have to have the plan already done and figuring out how we're going to move forward. But yes, we would have that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. Other questions from the committee? And a shout out, Libby, to the Tioli folks, Liza, Karen. I haven't met Caesar, but they're just so helpful. And I know it sounds silly, but it's really easy to work with. And I'm hoping the new structure is actually what everyone hoped it would be. So I did send Stephen an email complimenting Liza and Karen. Anyway. Okay.
I second that, Denise. It's really impressive.
Thank you. Okay. Bob, you're up on Our Island Home. And again, apologies that we're running 45 minutes late. And we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay. And in the interest of time, we've already done a lot of work through Brian, Libby, and presented to the select board. So let me go ahead and summarize the goals rather than go through them individually, and then we can get right to the budget numbers and then, leave time for questions. But let me summarize by saying a lot of what these goals are geared towards is we're really gearing up, as you all know, towards the new building. And so Generally, what we're trying to do is improve our capabilities and skill levels to be able to take a higher acuity level patient, which has not really been done before. And so we really want to sort of up the game, if so to speak, and be able to serve the needs of all the go off island and may not be coming back right away. The other thing we're doing is we're working closely with the hospital. I'm in touch with Amy Lee, the CEO, and folks. I mean, what's happening at times is the patients have to stay a little bit longer there because we have to get them stable enough before they come to us. So we're going to be doing things like training the staff on intravenous IVAB is intravenous antibiotics, for example. We're going to be developing some new programs like a short-term rehab program. And the nice of that is, it improves the skill set of the staff, keeps them more encouraged. So we actually have to come in our discharge, so this, staying long-term. But B, it also meets a higher revenue in terms of the reimbursement. So our overall goal is to reduce the gap between what our island home brings in, in income and revenue, and what the town is subsidizing. And we're already doing a really good job on. So we can move on to the dollars if you'd like, and go over the budget FY23 versus 24, unless there's any questions. So you can see on FY23, the 24 budget is actually on total operating expenses is only going up by $224,000. That increase is due to a couple of things. Number one, because the census in the facility is already increased. I think we're going to be at 40 very soon, which is last year at this time, because of the pandemic and some other challenges, we were sort of struggling in the low 30s. It's a 45-bed licensed facility. Our goal for next year is to reach 42 census average daily. And the other big thing to talk about, it's sort of the big elephant in the room, is staffing. And I know you have that problem in other areas of the town, but certainly in healthcare, both the hospital and the nursing home. And it's a state and national problem. We really struggle to meet our staffing requirements. So therefore, in order to have full staffing with the increased census, we've had to contract with what we call travel agency nurses. And unfortunately, though, they're a higher dollar amount than the regular, permanent town staff. To the credit of the facility and everybody involved, we've actually filled all of our positions. I think we have 4 travel nurses on board now. So it's sort of the better of two problems, so to speak. We are actively recruiting to decrease the travel nursing nurses and bring people on board to the town budget. But that's the primary reason for the increase. You can go to the next slide, which I believe is the internal dollars, and we can explain those and take any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's start. Go back one. I forgot the most important one, the revenue. Yeah, there we go. For revenue, so even though the expenses increased $224,000, the revenue is actually going up $1.4 million. And that's to the credit of everybody in the building. As a couple of things are influencing that. The Medicaid rates that the state has given us have actually increased. They've given across the board increase in the nursing home industry of $22 a day as Governor Baker was exiting, which is phenomenal. Historically, nursing homes always struggle because Medicaid does not even really meet the cost of care. So now it's a different picture. And we've also been able to increase that rate even further through the hard work of the staff in the building. And we also are going to see an increase in Medicare, which is also a higher payer. So the increase in revenue obviously more than offsets the increase in expenses. And it's going to be an aggressive budget for next year. But again, we're projecting an average of 42 on the daily census and a continuation of the increase in overall revenue. So now we can go back to the internal numbers, and I can show you some of the differences here. What you'll see here is a difference in the payroll dollars year over year by about $600,000. And that's because much of those dollars have shifted down to the professional services line, which is where we're putting all of the agency nurses. So Brian and I and the staff have worked very hard at putting the expenses in the right buckets. So we're confident that now this reflects the expenses. So that's the internal difference. Most of the other lines, frankly, are pretty consistent. There's going to be some increase because of an increase in census with some of the variable expenses like food, et cetera. But much of the other expenses are fixed costs in terms of physical plant. And then obviously, as far as any capital requests, any major expenses because of the new building coming online, we're really, just doing what's required to keep the upkeep of the building, and anything extraordinary, we're going to pull it out and review it carefully. So that's the bottom line budget. Again, increase in expense 224, but increase in revenue 1.4 million, and some internal shifting of the internal expense and how we code those in the facility. Be happy to, I could go over more details if you like, but due to time, if anybody has any specific questions, we did, let me go over the positions. We did ask for 2 new positions moving forward. One is an administrative assistant, which is really more of a front door unit secretary type of person. Those of you who've been in the building, the design is very frustrating because you walk in and it's a big square around with the nursing station in the middle, and it's hard to greet people. We've had complaints from many visitors. You don't know where to go. You don't know who to talk to. The phones don't always get answered. So this would be a combination position to really have somebody manning the front desk 7 days a week for customer service. It would certainly help the nursing staff at taking the phone calls, as well as families. It's very frustrating when families are calling and we might only have, 3 or 4 staff in the building running around and they can't really answer the phone. So this would help tremendously. The social work position, as the census increases, we don't have a separate admissions person for the nursing home. Most nursing homes have that. However, the social worker, who is Lori McVicker, she's excellent, works also as the admissions person. So as our volume increases, we really will need, she's at 32 hours currently, we will need that to go to full time to really keep up with the volume that we're projecting. And then, as I said earlier, there's a couple of things that will have an increase. Food, obviously, with an increase in volume, will go up. And we did put in for one capital item, the van. It's very costly to do maintenance and replace it right now. So we've talked to Brian and Libby about that. That would be the one capital item that we really do need. And again, as we get busier, the residents love driving around town. The one good thing during COVID, we could drive them around to see families, literally, and they'd come up to the windows. And so, in fact, a lot of the staff are actually fighting over who can be the driver because they like taking people out. But so those are a few of the items that were the exceptions, and the rest I'm open to any questions or comments.
Thank you, Bob. Excellent presentation. And Joe,
Thank
your
you.
hands up.
Yeah, Bob, I'm just sort of curious, you said that the census is running, what, you have 41 beds filled at the moment? Did I hear that right?
I think we're at 39 on our way up to 40 or 41 with some new admissions. Yeah.
Okay, are the new admissions, is this sort of demand for skilled nursing services, or are we actively looking for more patients? Because I'm struck that, we still, the half the revenue is the town subsidy. So we lose money on every patient at our Island Home. Why do we want to add more patients and just lose more money?
Well, because the new patients are not losing more money. So that's the short answer is as a part of it has to do with the previous capabilities of the nursing home. So there's 2 types of patients that we get. One would be a chronic long-term patient who doesn't meet the acuity level of sort of the clinical payment, which is a short term, let's say 19, 20 days. So the reality is each new admission during their post-acute phase, post-surgery, gets reimbursed at a much higher rate. It can be the difference literally of $500 to $600 versus $200. And so that's what we're working on. There is an opportunity, and this speaks to the purpose of the new building, which we really haven't taken advantage of. That is actually marketing and recruiting patients to come back to our Island Home sooner rather than wait till after they become chronic care. So that's the distinction. The chronic care is a Medicaid patient might be $200 a day, let's say on average, $220 a day. The more acute patient is going to give us a much higher reimbursement rate. So that's why it's really, and it's new. It's new for the Island Home. They're just, it's something that obviously they serve the town, the needs of the town. But I think it's a matter of just getting education and training. For example, to have nurses not be able to do IVs is a real barrier, because many patients come from the hospital after 2 weeks of surgery and they just need a 6-week course of antibiotics, which can be reimbursed at a very high rate. So that's the reason for it. And it will, it's already showing ramifications in current revenue that we've been collecting towards the end of the year. We're starting to see shift. So it's actually a good thing, and we'll keep everybody apprised. I'd be happy to talk in more detail, but it's hopeful that we'll be able to continue that trend.
Well, that's good news, and I hope it does carry forward. Forgive me if I'm a little skeptical.
No, I understand.
Just one other question, Denise. I'm curious, I don't know if this is a question for Bob or Libby or Brian. What is the status of the new building? Where do we stand? Do you have a rough calendar as to when you think various milestones will be hit on that project? And
we have a rough calendar. Bob is basically our internal project manager. We went out to bid for an owner's project manager. We have a couple of bids back. We're putting a group together as required by procurement law to review the bids. We hope to make an award very soon. We can't do too much without the OPM. So that's been our main focus to get that hired. However, we have a group that has, who's on there? Peter, I think from the FinCom is on there.
Yeah.
And a select board member. We've got some other stakeholders on it, and we've met. It's a kind of a combination work group of Island Home and Senior Center, because there are synergies between the two projects. So it's moving along, and once we have the LPAM, it will start picking up the pace a bit.
great, thanks.
Jeremy, and then Peter, I'll go to you next.
Hi, I have a question on maybe how to look at this thing, because as I see it, before capital expenditures, the town is spending $10 million a year for 42 beds on an operating basis, which I think is about $250,000 per bed. And it seems as if we're getting less than half of that at any form of reimbursement. And so I was curious, as we go through time, is there any way on a pay or mix shift, a services mix shift, that we can fill that difference or get close to filling that difference?
Well, Bob, before you jump in on that, I just wanted to, Jeremy, one of the things that the town has voted consistently on is to maintain, economically, you would not have a nursing home on Nantucket. It's never going to make money.
I know.
It's never going to break even. And the town has voted consistently over the last, I don't even know how many years, Libby or Brian can jump in with that, is to retain our Island Home and to subsidize it, the tune of the $5 million override that was passed a couple of years ago. So I'm sure Bob has ideas about how we close that gap, so it's not always 5 million that the town is having to subsidize. And the voters have honestly really consistently said, we want a nursing home on Island. And we're the only municipality in the Commonwealth that has one. They closed the one in Taunton, I think it was the second to last.
That's correct. Yes. Yep.
So yeah, I just wanted to jump in with that. Libby, you want to answer? And then of course, Bob can do a much better job on revenue mix than I could ever do.
I would turn it to Bob. These things are at the forefront of our discussions, and there are a lot of things I think we can do to maximize revenue. It will entail additional services, partnership with the hospital, and a new facility, because a lot of these things can't happen in the current facility. But Bob, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, similar to what we just talked about it, and I guess the devil's in the details, but our goal is really to close the gap in anticipation of the new building. I can't really answer specifically how much that will close, but already we're projecting 1.4 million additional revenue over last year. And obviously the goal is to keep going higher. The way we're going to do that, as Libby had suggested, is to create new programs that we currently don't have. I'll give you just a couple of quick examples. Short-term rehab, we're contracting with a brand new rehab company. Previously, we couldn't really bill for therapy, that's physical therapy, occupational, because they weren't able to provide 5-day-a-week coverage. We have a new company starting March 1st that's going to provide 5-day-a-week coverage. They're coming from off island, but we're also going to backstop by contracting with some local folks on our Island and through telehealth. So that alone, being able to provide 5-day-week therapy for residents in a bucket, say short-term rehab, really any kind of care. Because the way the reimbursement works is that those are the things that you have to capture in order to provide higher reimbursement. And it's not that we weren't trying before, we just didn't have the capability to close the loop. So that's one bucket. And those would be things like orthopedic people going out for total hip and knee replacements, and they go off island. And I don't think we know the volume because we just haven't been able to bring them back sooner. So we're going to also put in a stronger marketing plan off island, locate these folks, working with the doctors, the surgeons, to convince them that we have a program so they can come back now. I talked to Pam Jones at the hospital, for example, and she's informed me that there really are several folks, it's just from old habits, that they have not been able to refer to us because we didn't have the capability. So we're going to be working much more closely with the hospital, all folks on island, off-island facilities, doing marketing, getting the word out there, and really just increasing our capabilities and that will primarily be able to bring in a larger Medicare census, which is a low volume now. And so I call it the exponential revenue on that is very powerful. I don't want to say what the high end would be, but it will be incremental revenue, definitely. And Medicaid is also stabilizing to be a much higher reimbursement for us. I think our average rate actually increased $74 a day overall per patient. So there's some significant opportunities for closing the gap. So Libby's point, I think, the town has made it clear that there is a value on keeping, obviously, you're going to lose on some of the long-term chronic care folks, but that's the mission and value of the island. And we respect that, which, by the way, during all this other work that we're doing, we're not losing sight of those values and mission at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Peter?
It looks like we're going in the right direction, which is great. Just two quick questions. One is $168,000 in other charges and expenses. Do you know what that was? It went up from 16,000 in 2022.
I don't have that. I don't know, Brian, if you have the detail on that or not. I don't have that in front of me.
People can keep asking questions and
Okay.
I'll get it as
Yeah.
I'm talking.
The other thing that I guess you're concerned about as well is you're missing 3 out of 3 people in the kitchen and 2 out of 3 in housekeeping.
Right.
As well as activities, right? 2 out of 3 in activity, 2 out of 4 in activities. These are critical, I think, components to people that are in a nursing home. Food, activities, obviously, are important. So how do you find those people? I mean, is it possible? Or is it going to be?
Well, I think we just found, as I understand, I think we just did find the dietary aid. I think that's a new, these are struggles that are just ongoing. We're working very closely with Amanda. That's not uncommon. We just keep working at it, frankly, day after day. It's hard because we're on an island. The activities is something that I think we've got some candidates. We're looking at an assistant. Karen in the kitchen is very strong. So we just keep advertising and keep trying. One of the things we're trying to do is attract people from what we call out of industry. And we're able to do that pretty well. So we're going to work with, for example, there's a program with the high school right now to do some certification for nurse aides to try to bring in kids at a younger age to get them really interested in long-term care. So we've got to just hit it on all cylinders. There's no one answer. Recruitment and retention obviously is critical. But I will say in the bigger picture of things, not that misery loves company, but because we're all over the state and other nursing homes, we're really doing relatively well in terms of filling most of the major professional level positions. But to your point, we're just working very carefully with Amanda day after day, frankly.
I know it's difficult, but it's
hard.
important.
Very hard. You got any sons or daughters that we can corral here? Or? We're great employers, very friendly people, very benevolent.
You're going in the right direction.
Stephen's got an upcoming workforce. They're a little young now, but get them early.
Oh, let's get them in.
Peter, any more questions?
No, that's it.
Okay, Jeremy, did you have another question?
I did not. Did I not turn something off?
Your hand is still up, so I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a subsequent question.
Just
That's okay.
Sorry,
other
I
quick
didn't
po-
turn off the machine.
One other quick point just to make in terms of employment, there are opportunities for training volunteers. While it may sound a little, I don't know, a little trite, it's something that I think we want to look at very carefully. We've got tremendous support from people like Friends of Our Island Home and others. And so not that they would replace the full-time, but there's now that the pandemic is over, there's really great opportunity to start bringing in people for things like entertainers and, group leaders, and people love, for example, current events to be, someone that wants to come in and volunteer. So we're going to be trying to get that pumped up a little bit because it's a great complement while we're still looking, obviously we still have to look for these positions, but it's something we've talked about as a group. And I know the Friends are very interested in seeing what they can do to help us. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I think the pet program has started again, right, Bob? Bringing in the.
I believe it
dogs?
has, yes. Bring all your pets. They love them.
Good. Any other questions for Bob? Bob, really an excellent presentation. I've been on different committees for Our Island Home over the last several years, and it's just really good hands with you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, and again, thanks for your patience and happy rest of your weekend. All right, now we're over to appropriations. So Brian, I think it's over to you. It's short yardage now, Brian.
I think Libby and I were kind of trying to discuss this briefly. Do you want to just use the warrant that was released the other day and share that and go through the appropriations line? Is that what we're anticipating to just briefly talk about those, Madam Chair?
We have appropriations on our agenda. So review of appropriation articles, it says.
Okay,
Unless
so-
you want to do that at a future FinCom meeting when it's. But
We could start by just going through, we'll skip obviously 8 and 10 in the enterprise fund articles for operations and capital and just briefly touch on the articles if you would like. That's fine.
okay. Yep.
Okay, so the first appropriation article would be unpaid bills. Right now, it's probably less than 20,000 across the entire enterprise. This article comes up if we haven't, if a department didn't ask for a PO at year end, in the fiscal year end. Once that fiscal year ends and we have closed, any bills received for prior years, non-capital related, must go to town meeting to be approved. Article 3 is just an article to be able to reappropriate or transfer from prior year articles into either future year articles or for any lawful purpose that town meeting approves and suggests that they accept as for our what we put forward. Article 4 is revolving funds. Every year we annually have to adopt spending limits. Those are the limits to which any of the revolving funds can expend funds out. They can't expend further than that without asking FinCom and Select Board for an increase during a fiscal year. Reserve fund is just as we build the budget every year, we certainly face as many uncertainties as many private company firms do. Statutorily, we are allowed to have a reserve fund, which the FinCom manages, and we must come before you to request a distribution from it, and it can only be for unforeseen or extraordinary expenses. General fund budget transfer would be transfers within the general fund appropriation budget that was approved in a fiscal year. So Article 8, we can lawfully go before the town meeting to make transfers between budgetary line items if we need to, or as you know, Madam Chair, we may do that between May and July through the FinCom and the Select Board. All right. Well, Article 7 is just personnel compensation for various positions that are all listed there. We do annually increase those based on a recommendation from HR through town administration. Article 9 is the Health and Human Services allocation. We are one of the few communities that does do our very best to provide funding to various nonprofits on the island. So that recommendation comes from the Contract Review Committee, which is currently in process and working hard to formalize and finalize their recommendations. Article 11, Surfside Area Road Reconstruction and Transportation Improvements was, I think, covered very well by Paul Berard. I and what the plan is for the town. That would be contingent on a debt exclusion, and there is a subsequent ballot question as well, Madam Chair. Town pier improvements is supplemental funding to the work that's ongoing at the town pier, which is also presented and I think very capably done by the Deputy Police Chief Charlie Gibson. Landfill closure cost is the 5 million that we just talked about during the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund presentation. While Winnett Road, Paul Berard has already given the committee an overview. Nobody Fields as well, an overview. Comet Pond dredging, the Natural Resource Director did make a note of what that project would entail. As he did note, it is $4 million. It is a debt exclusion. I would note that any supplemental funding or any funding received from outside organizations would be applied against the cost, and the town would only ultimately borrow that delta when the project is completed. Article 17, one of the prior appropriations, as noted here, for the Public Works facility, specifically referenced 188 Matticat Road. So we're requesting, correct me if I'm wrong, Libby, but we're requesting an expansion of the definition of that article to allow the funds to be able to put forward as we continue to investigate the best location for that. Article 18 is, I'm sure we'll have a much longer discussion than today, Madam Chair. Article 18 is the proposal for a permanent override of $6.5 million for the Affordable Housing Trust, which would then be able to springboard into a partial borrowing in the neighborhood of 50 million, with a pledge of some of those override funds to go towards debt service in future years. This was something that town administration presented to not only the Affordable Housing Trust, but it has been presented to the select board, and it was born out of the discussion with FinCom on trying to find middle ground and be able to find a solution to the affordable housing, the citizens article. Article 19 is the septic loan betterment program, which has been very successful on the island and administered through the Board of Health, and we're running out of the $2 million authorization. So this would reauthorize that program, which I think Board of Health is thankful that we have, and I'm sure the homeowners appreciate that as well. Article 20 would create and fund the establishment of a stormwater enterprise fund. Just as I will note in the OpenGov presentation, that funding would come from a transfer from the general fund into it, but we wanted to identify it as an enterprise fund, which is statutorily allowed under Mass General Law. 21 and 22, I don't think we need to really brief touch on too much because those were all done by the various enterprise fund department heads. Article 23 would be the same as for the general fund, any budget transfers that are necessary between line items and or capital projects, which we could transfer if necessary. 24 is the annual allocation for Waterways Improvement Fund from the special revenue fund that was adopted for waterways. I think it's approximately $300,000 that would be allocated, and that money is managed through the police department and the Marine Department. Ambulance Reserve Fund is where all of the receipts for charges for ambulance services go, and then we allocate up to 7 full-time EMTs, paramedics out of that fund, as well as that's where ambulances are paid for as well. Ferry embarkation fee is another special revenue fund that we have, which we have dedicated that to CSOs in the downtown core district, and any money above the allocation that town administration will recommend is then is funded through the police budget. County assessment, which you heard the presentation on Thursday for $179,075. Article 28, provided there's no disagreement or issues, will ultimately be a passover article and will not be needed. Article 29 is rescind unused borrowing authority. We will have probably at least 6 or 7 projects that may not be moving forward or will not be moving forward that will rescind the borrowing authorizations for. Article 31 would be funded from an overlay transfer for the senior work-off program, which some departments do certainly utilize and has been successful. That would be in the amount of $25,000. Article 32, there will not be, that I'm aware of, an appropriation into this, but it's the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for airport accrued liabilities. Much like the town has one, the airport has set aside money for sick leave and vacation buyouts. Article 33, appropriation into that fund for the town side. I guess this is where we'll probably note that we're currently looking at an appropriation for this. The discussion will be with the town manager, because when free cash is certified, we may need to hold this back in the event that the solid waste override doesn't pass, because it would be very difficult to unwind the operating budget to fund that remaining $3.7 million gap. So that may be a source of where we would find that money. So we may have an appropriation, but we may not recommend one this year after last year's appropriation into that fund. Article 34 is, which I'm sure you'll have a presentation from Ken Bogrand, is the Community Preservation Committee and their recommendations, which are in here, which he will present for you to ultimately review and adopt the motion. Article 35, year-round housing stabilization fund. This is Arthur Reed's the citizens article, which you've already had the presentation on. And then Article 36 is an appropriation for an independent HDC administrator submitted by a.
Brian, I think we only need to go through the town ones.
Oh, sorry.
And I think that's it, except for the ones at the end.
There's 2 at the end for free cash and to allocate into a stabilization fund, into the 2 town stabilization funds, and that's it.
Good, thank you. And I know we'll go through these in more detail if we need to, when we actually make our recommendations during a finance committee meeting between now and March 14th or 17th or whatever the date is. I think the 14th is our final day of making recommendations. So thank you for that, Brian. Any other questions or comments from the finance committee before I suggest we move to the next agenda item? Brian.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to respond to Peter's question.
Oh, yeah.
The increase in miscellaneous expenses. So what that rolls up into is in 23, we added a line. It's called settlements, but I think it really is more functions as a potential reserve for OIH as they go through the year. And then we added other expenses, which was a $50,000 EIR in 23, which was for the exploration of Comcast and phone service into each individual room in Island Home. That had been a request from residents, and we had funded some of that as we explored it. I do not know at this time what the status of that is, but as we move through this process, we will update the committee, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brian.
Peter, does that answer your question, I hope?
Yes, thanks, Brian.
Okay. I'm just going to go around to the committee members that are still on. Any thoughts, comments before we close? Joe, I'll start with you.
My quick question, Brian, the $6.5 million for the Affordable Housing Trust, any conversations with Arthur Reed about dropping his citizens article, or are they both going forward in parallel still?
I don't know of anyone internal that has reached out to him to discuss it. I think what I took away was try to find a solution that gets them where they are. The Affordable Housing Trust may want to reach out to him, but I don't believe the town manager myself. I haven't personally. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Chris?
All set, thank you.
Okay, Jeremy?
I'm fine.
Thank you. Stephen? Stephen shaking his
Sorry, I was muted, but no, I have nothing.
Joanna?
I am wondering about the $6.5 million too. And if we don't need to discuss that today, but are we going to discuss this in our committee meeting?
Yes, we are. Because we haven't made the recommendation on Arthur's yet either. So this will definitely come back up. Thank you.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank you. Peter?
I'm fine.
Okay. So thank you, Libby, Brian, Maria, Terry, and the committee. Another budget in the books.
Denise?
Thank you, Denise.
Could I please recognize my staff people? The departments were very, very helpful, but also Maria in particular was our rock to put everything together. But thank you very, very much as well to Brian, Rick, Greg, and Sue was in there a little bit. We really, this could not be done without all of their teamwork. So thank you all very much.
You, of course, can say that. So Joe, may I have a
No,
motion?
I was just gonna add my thanks. I just appreciate the hard work of everybody and that so many people gave up their Saturday morning, so.
Yeah, we didn't get nuked this year like we did last year, right? With the internet out. So we got to do it. Last year was an act of God that kept us from doing it. So this year it was easier. So again, yeah, thank you everyone for giving up your Saturdays. Maria, you're a rock star. And of course you are too, Brian. Of course you are. So good. It was always a pleasure. Thank you so much to the committee. And may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So, second,
That was zippy. Peter,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Jeremy,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Joanna,
aye.
Denise, I. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very, very much.